Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, April 18th, 2022. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we begin with our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. If you please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to have an introduction of our pets of the week, and Jennifer Martinez from our communications office is going to introduce them, or pictures of them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the City's Communications Office. And today I have a cat and dog of the week, and I am going to start with our cat. And I just like to say I love when kiddos are in our audience because I like to tell them, take a good look at Oreo, kiddos, and tell your parents this is a kitty that I'd like to take home. And if not, this kitty will tell you about Devin in just a second. So Oreo is a 3-year-old male who is the perfect cat if you need a Netflix watching buddy or someone to curl up for a good nap. Oreo's favorite things are snoozing and getting cheek and chin scratches, and he can enrich someone's life who is a little on the relaxed side. And then we have Devin. Devin is a 2-year-old happy-go-lucky boy who will probably learn as many tricks as you can teach him for treats and toys. Devin is good on a leash and is great for a run as he's got a little bit of energy to spend. Devin likes to eat alone because he can get a little greedy with food, though. You can call the Animal Service Center of the Mesilla Valley to meet Oreo or Devin. You can call 382-0018. And remember, adoptions are only $50 throughout the month of April. So kiddos, Oreo and Devin. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Next, we're going to ask Dr. Francisco Payadas, who's going to share with us the jobs of the week.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. Today, for the jobs of the week, we have a building maintenance service representative, and this is with the City of Las Cruces, paying $16.72 an hour, and this position will be closing on the 2nd of May of 2022. Olin Spices and Vegetables is also hiring a warehouse and clerk worker, and this position is paying $15.04, and this will be closing on the 12th of May of 2022. There's also hiring for Foxworth Galbraith Lumber Company. It's a CDL truck driver, and this position is paying between $18 to $26, depending on the experience, and this position will be closing on the 10th of July of 2022. There's also a couple of positions available as landscaper, and this is with G&A Landscaping, and these positions are paying between $12 to $14, again, depending on the experience, and these positions will be closing on the 6th of May of 2022. The Mountain View Regional Medical Center is also hiring a registered nurse, and the salary is not disclosed for this position, but it will be closing on the 13th of May of 2022. Also, we have a Las Cruces job fair coming up. This will be on May 12th, Thursday, May 12th, at the Las Cruces Convention Center, starting at 2 p.m. And then again, as always, for a full list of jobs, internships, volunteer opportunities, visit employeenm.com, or we have governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. And the contact information for the New Mexico Workforce Connections Office. It's located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard here in our downtown Las Cruces, and the phone number is 524-6250. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Payadas. All right, so we've got a few proclamations and some recognition. So first, I'm going to ask if Lauren Tu is here. Yes. Yeah, you want to come forward, Lauren? If you want to join me on my right here.
Okay.
There you go. So the other day, I don't know if you all knew, I teach a class at the university, just a couple hours a week. It's really fun. And I had this student give me a package or a little envelope. I go, what's in there? And he goes, I don't know. I go, so, and it felt kind of hard. So I thought, oh my gosh, guess I'll have to open it. Hopefully it doesn't blow up. But there was a book in there, and it was by this young lady. And it was really a nice book, and it talked a lot about what it's like to grow up as an Asian. And I told her, I said, the things that you mentioned happened to me, back in 1975 or, I don't know, 73, 74. So she goes, really? And I go, yeah, exactly. So, 40 some odd years, 50 years later? But that wasn't the reason why she's here. So after finding a little bit more about her, she has a group of friends that volunteer, and let me just say that one more time, volunteer to various students who need help tutoring math. And so I wanted just to verify a few things, and I want to make sure they didn't get paid or anything. It was volunteer, and that's true. They're high school students who volunteer to help their fellow students learn math. And so I thought that was really nice. And so I asked Lauren if she would send me their names, and I would like to give them a mayor citation for community service. So as I call you up, or let's put it this way, how about those that are already here, can you join us down here with Lauren and myself? You want to get this on this side here? Oh. That's great. So not really knowing who's who, I'm just going to call your name, and if you're here, if you just come forward, and we'd just like to ask you what school you are at and what grade you are, and just kind of thank you for what you do. Lauren, is there something you wanted to say before we start or after we finish?
I'll say it.
Okay, good. All right, so this one, and they all read the same except for the name, says City of Las Cruces Mayor Citation for Community Service presented to Kaylin Holguin Chavez in recognition of your commitment and dedication to helping make Las Cruces a better community, dated this 18th day of April 22. It's signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima.
I'm a freshman at Arrowhead Park Early College High School. I'm on the med side, and I just started this year.
Gabrielle Garley.
Hi, I'm a junior at Cruces High, and I also just started this year.
Billy Stremmel? Not here? Okay. Andres Uribe?
Hello, everyone. I'm a junior and 11th grade student at Arrowhead Park Early College High School. I joined Tutoring by Two back in the fall of 2020, so it's great to see how far it's really come and really to see you guys here. So, thank you.
I'm going to try to do this because I know they try with my name. Sharia? Mulama.
I'm a junior at Mesilla Valley Christian, and I just started this year.
I had it all set, but Lauren threw me off when she messed it up. That's okay. Joaquin Rodriguez.
I'm a junior at Arrowhead Park Early College High School, and I'm in the medical side.
Haley Aldrich.
I am a sophomore at Arrowhead Park Early College High School.
Naishla Lambert White.
Hi, I'm a junior at Arrowhead Park Early College High School, and I'm the Vice President of Tutoring by Two.
Lauren Tu.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I am a junior at Arrowhead Park Early College High School. And I would actually like to invite Naija Lambert White to come up with me because I wanted to say something. So, Naija and I both started this program in April of 2020, as many of you know, when COVID-19 first began. I'm going to be honest with you. When we first started this program, we did not think it was going to take off. But with the support of our community, especially all of the teachers and all of the students as well throughout the district and just within our own school, we found a lot of support that just helped us succeed to the point where we are now. Because of all the work and because of a lot of the support of the community, we've been able to help over 60 students across the district, work with over 10 schools, and all of these tutors have helped contribute to it. I wanted to take this moment to, I and Naija, we wanted to take this moment to thank you all as just members of our community, and of course the mayor, and for supporting us. Even if you think that you haven't really done anything, just listening to this, hearing us talk, appreciating all the work that our tutors have done means the world to us, and we're going to do our best to try to give the same quality help to every single student we can across the district for as many years as we can. So thank you again.
And she was 14 when she wrote that book. I mean, it's a real book, published and everything, signed. Yeah, it was great. Kaylee Segura.
I'm a junior at Arrowhead Park Early College High School, and I have been with Tutoring by Two for a year now.
Abigail Rascon. We can still clap for her. Charlize Herrera.
I've been with Tutoring by Two since 2020. I am department head of the kinder through second area, and I'm in the med side at Arrowhead Park Medical Academy.
Did you say department head of what? Oh, kinder through second, wow. Liana Hartshorn.
My name's Leanna Hartshorn. I'm a senior at Arrowhead Park Medical Academy. I'm the 3rd through 5th grade department head for Tutoring by Two, and being a co-founding member, it's been an honor to see how many kids have grown and progressed in math through this program. Thank you.
Shira Joffrey. So this is for Shira. Athena Tiede.
I'm a junior at Arrowhead Park Early College High School, and I've been doing this since this year, I think.
Faisal Al-Hussein. No, it's for Faisal. I was practicing all that and he's not here. Joshua Jones.
I am a sophomore at Arrowhead Park Early College High School, and I joined tutoring by 2 this year.
Well, there you have it. Pretty impressive. You know, when you stop and think about how much they all have on their plate, and for those of you who aren't familiar with Arrowhead, it's a school where it's both a high school, and then when you graduate, you come up with at least a associate's degree. So that's pretty incredible. So you're basically a quasi high school / college student without all the benefits of being a college student, right? Yeah, okay. But this is incredible. And I'm so glad that we're able to connect and find out what each and every one of you do. I think one of you are one of my top teams. Yeah, right. So thank you for double duty. But more importantly, I'm really impressed with them. As you can tell, a lot of them are moving in the medical field, and that's great. We need doctors. So we were just talking about that earlier with the Mayor Pro Tem. Her daughter is a graduate and is a physician, and you know, we need them to come back to Las Cruces. And so thank you very much for all that you do. And would you like to say something else?
So it seems like I timed my statement wrong, but sorry about that. I just like hearing myself talk, apparently. But once again, I just wanted to give a huge thank you to the community, as well as Arrowhead, and all the faculty that have helped us along our journey. And just, if you could, just one more round of applause for our amazing tutors. That would be much appreciated. Thank you so much.
How do you want?
With your certificates and scooch together.
You want to, yeah, 2 rows, tall ones in the back. Pretty impressive, thank you. Now, before we have our next presentation, we have, it looks like a dance presentation by these young children. And I'll go ahead and let you all start or do what you want to do.
Testing. Yes. Come on, guys. Let's make 2 rows right here. Over here, Carter. Thank you so much for being patient, guys. Okay, guys. Okay. Are we ready, guys? Yes. Come over here. 1, 2, 3.
¡Ay, qué bonito baila Pepo! La Pepo, cumbia la Pepo, cumbia la Pepo, la Pepo, la Pepo, cumbia. La Pepo, la Pepo, cumbia. Va a comenzar y la Pepo cumbia vas a bailar, mueve todo el cuerpo sin parar con la Pepo cumbia. Esta fiesta ya va a comenzar y la Pepo cumbia vas a bailar, mueve todo el cuerpo sin parar con la Pepo cumbia. Y levante la mano, la Pepo libre. Y levante la mano, la que me sigue. Y levante la mano, la Pepo libre. Y levante la mano, la que me sigue. ¡Ay, qué bonito baila Pepo! La Pepo, cumbia la
Thank you.
All right. That's pretty incredible. Now, if I could ask if Marisol Diaz, she wants to come down, and you and your team, we have a proclamation I'd like to read and present to you. That shirt looks a little small for me, if that's I hope to get into that size someday.
You might grow into it.
Okay, I know they're going to get restless, so I'll start. So this proclamation is, whereas Dia de los Niños is an annual day set aside each year in Hispanic and Latino communities to celebrate and recognize children and their importance to society. And whereas Dia de los Niños is an important cultural aspect of Mexican heritage celebrated since 1925 throughout Mexico and other Latin American countries, and is a day that has evolved to support multiculturalism, bilingualism, and binational identity in children of Hispanic and Latino descent in the border region. And whereas the city of Las Cruces is recorded as 60,596 Hispanic and or Latino in the 2020 U.S. Census, with a respective 12% of the population having been foreign-born. And whereas the 2020 U.S. Census report also recognizes 23% of the population of the city of Las Cruces to be children under the age of 18 and 6.5% children under the age of 5. And whereas the city of Las Cruces recognizes the importance of investments in and acknowledgement of all its current youngest citizens and future generations, whereas families and communities play vital roles in supporting and protecting children, education, safety, and overall welfare. And whereas the Save the Children Action Network, comprising of local, state, and national leading child serving and advocacy organizations, Together with the Empowerment Congress of Doña Ana County, the Resilience Leaders of Doña Ana County, and many other community partners, direct service providers, child care providers, and early learning centers work to reach thousands of children and families through direct services, community engagement, advocacy, and policy. And whereas Dia de los Niños emphasizes the importance of meaningful advocacy for all kids on this day and every day, now therefore we, the Mayor and the City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Saturday, April 30th, 2022 as Dia de los Niños, and urge all citizens to join in recognizing and commending parents, advocates, service providers, and other children-serving organizations in our region for providing their everyday contributions and commitment to improving the lives of children in our community. Attested to by Christine Rivera, our city clerk, and signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. We brought you a shirt. It shrinks, so we brought you a bigger one so you can't have an excuse not to wear it. And we, all the community partners at Save the Children Action Network, put children first every single day. And we know that we must provide services for children to be healthy, wealthy, and wise, feel safe and protected, have nutritious foods, early childhood education. But we also have to have policies that protect children and give them all of the conditions to thrive. And so we are so proud to work with all of our partners. We have a couple of daycare centers. We have New Mexico Children First, Brilliant Bees, Bumblebees, Best of the Southwest. We have the Empowerment Congress, and we have the Children's Reading Alliance, and just a bunch of different partners who all work together for children. So we really appreciate a day for children, Dia de los Niños. Thank you so much.
I don't know how we're going to get everybody in.
Can we come up in front of us?
Oh, yeah.
So all the kiddos on the floor and the adults behind them?
Good. Sure, go ahead.
We also wanted to give a very special thank you to Councilor Gandara, who worked so hard to improve the lives of children in Doña Ana County and who helped us write and do the proclamation. Thank you, Councilor.
And if the adults want to kind of gather behind them, that would be great. Obviously not in front of the prompter, computer.
Everybody look at the camera over there. Look at the camera, guys.
Okay. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Good job, guys. Thank you.
Let's make one line. Let's make a line.
You don't want to keep them for the rest of the meeting?
Ah, ya lo traíamos.
Is Patrick Dolan here?
Come here, Said.
I don't-
Can you help me, Papa?
I don't know if Councilor Bencomo mentioned what happened. So you heard me say Patrick Dolan. If you want to sit here, Patrick. And so I saw where Patrick Dolan got this promotion and going to Washington, D.C. So I thought, wow, is Councilor Bencomo, this is the councilor's husband. So I was thinking, is the councilor leaving? And I thought, she's got some tough choices here. Well, it was Patrick Dolan. who also works with environmental issues, and so I confused you. So you're not leaving anywhere. So that's why I said Dolan. All right, so we've got a proclamation here. Whereas Earth Day was founded by Senator Gaylord Nelson on April 22nd, 1970, by directing staffer Dennis Hayes to organize it with about 20 million people demonstrating. And whereas the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1994, whose goal is preventing dangerous human life interference with the climate change by stabilizing greenhouse gas and concentrations. And whereas plastic releases two powerful greenhouse gases, methane and ethylene. With only 10% of plastic being recycled, there will be 12 million metric tons released by 2050. And whereas all people of this earth from all walks of life have an inalienable right to a healthy environment, and plastic pollution has been associated with several health issues affecting the general population. And whereas the plastic waste that is destroying the phytoplankton in the ocean, sorry, I can't pronounce that, I'm a business guy, threatens the human food chain, affecting our children's youth, who are our most valuable resource. And whereas ending plastic pollution is crucial to the survival of planet Earth and its inhabitants. Whereas it is essential to involve the community in the design and implementation of solutions for pressing environmental issues such as plastic pollution. And whereas the City of Las Cruces and our residents, organizations, and businesses have shown dedicated leadership on environmental issues by addressing issues such as energy production and use, greenhouse gas emissions reduction, transportation, water conservation, farmland conservation, urban forests and habitat protection, water protection, and environmental equity. And whereas Earth Day is an annual reminder of the constant need for environmental activism, stewardship, commitments, and sustainability efforts. And whereas we acknowledge that to meet the goals of Earth Day, to raise awareness, trigger positive action to protect our environment, and help guide local decision-making, the City Council will provide leadership, employ the expertise and talent of our community, engage the hearts and minds of our citizens. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor, City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day throughout Las Cruces, encourage all its inhabitants, businesses, and institutions to use Earth Day to celebrate the earth and promote the well-being of the inhabitants of the city and the protection of their environment. Attested to by Christine Rivera, our city clerk, and signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima.
Thank you. I've learned enough not to follow a bunch of kids dancing because you can't follow that up. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. Friends of Oregon Mountains Desert Peaks believes that protected public lands are crucial to addressing climate change and the impacts of climate change. And also crucial to those efforts is connecting community and building community and taking kids out and building that appreciation and love for our public lands and our outdoor spaces. So thank you again, everybody.
Is Elaine Stachera here? How come you can't have an easy name like Miyagishima or something? Stachera, okay. Okay, whereas birds add beauty to our lives, have tremendous environmental significance, and provide agricultural ecosystem services such as insect control, and bird watchers contribute to the sustainable economic development of our region. And whereas Doña Ana County is located within an important bird migration corridor through which millions of birds pass each spring and fall on their journey to breeding or wintering grounds as far north as Alaska and as far south as Argentina. Specifically, the Rio Grande Valley contains vital stopover habitat for migrating birds, and New Mexico is home to world-famous migration stopover sites like Bosque de Apache National Wildlife Refuge, which hosts hundreds of thousands of migrating waterfowl annually. And whereas the majority of birds migrate at night using the moon and stars to help them navigate, but birds become disoriented by the bright lights on the ground. And millions die in the United States every year because of the light-induced collisions, confusions, circling, and exhaustion. Given the position of Las Cruces along the critical migration corridor of the Rio Grande Valley, the River Valley, the lights of Las Cruces and surrounding areas may adversely impact migrating birds. And whereas research shows that light-induced mortality can occur at any time of the year, but peaks when birds migrate in high densities, and minimizing outdoor lights help birds navigate the man-made environment. And whereas research also illustrates that light pollution at night not only negatively impacts migratory birds, but also insects, mammals, specifically bats, and humans. And whereas we bear responsibility for birds' safe passage through our region, and a Lights Out for Birds proclamation will educate our community about the way we can help birds, enhance awareness of dark skies as a valued and increasingly rare community and astronomical asset, and support Las Cruces' sustainability and climate goals by reducing energy usage. And whereas Lights Out is a countrywide effort by the National Audubon Society to reduce the problem of bird deaths due to outdoor lighting being implemented in many communities. And now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, in honor of migrating birds, do hereby proclaim the New Mexico critical migration periods, April 22nd through May 12th, and September 5th through October 29th, 2022, as Lights Out Las Cruces, and encourage all agencies and entities to ensure that their adopted policies, regulations, and operating procedures avoid and minimize the use of external, decorative, and unnecessary lighting each day of the critical migration periods between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. to help ensure safe passage for birds migrating through Doña Ana County in southern New Mexico. Attested to by Christine Rivera, City Clerk, and signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima. I have to say, I often wondered why former councilor, now Commissioner Gil Sorg was here, because he is a bird lover. And if he's still here, you can join us if you like, Councilor or Commissioner.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elaine Stakara-Simon. I'm president of Mesilla Valley Audubon Society. I'm joined today by board members Annie Mitchell, Gil Sorg, Sid Webb, and chapter member Kelly Boland. Board member Dana Lloyd could not be with us today, which is too bad, as she's the one who really spearheaded this proclamation, and she's the one who'll be managing future MVAS Lights Out for Birds advocacy and activities. Thank you very much to the city councilors and to the mayor for proclaiming Lights Out Las Cruces during peak spring and fall migration periods, advocating to shut down as many unnecessary outdoor lights as possible during these critical times for migrating birds. You might say Cruces is a small city. We can't make a difference. But we can, and it's important that we do. Since 1970, the population of North American birds has declined by 3 billion. Billion with a B, that's only in North America. Forest birds are down by 1 billion. Grassland birds are down by 720 million. Peter Mara, who is the former director of the Smithsonian Migratory Bird Center, authored the original research on this massive decline, and he said, the decline in bird numbers is, quote, a staggering loss that suggests the very fabric of North America's ecosystem is unraveling, end quote. We can do our bit to keep the fabric together, and it's not hard. Just turn off the unnecessary external lights, especially during migration. Research isn't only out there in other places in the country. I am especially pleased that Kelly Boland joined us here today. She is a master's student at NMSU, a fabulous student, who alongside PhD student Dylan Osterhaus is studying the effects of the lights of Wismar on nighttime avian migration. So this is going on not just other places, but here as well. Thank you again. In addition to helping birds, Las Cruces has much to gain by keeping our skies dark. It's easier to keep our dark sky than it is to get it back once it's gone. Thank you very much.
We miss you, Councilor Sorg. Hope everything's going well at the commission. Forgot. Yeah. Okay, so next we're going to ask, Judith Baca. You here? Okay, thought I saw Of course. Okay, whereas the term victim is more than just a label and has legal standing and protections that go along with it. And whereas crime victims' rights passed here in New Mexico and at the federal level guarantee victims the right to meaningfully participate in the criminal justice process. And whereas victim service providers, advocates, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and other allied professionals can help survivors find their justice by enforcing these rights. And whereas victim service providers and allied professionals can reach more victims through innovative, trauma-informed programs such as telehealth services and multidisciplinary teams. And whereas victim service providers and allied professionals can increase access to victim services and compensation in areas that have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by inequality by implementing culturally responsive services. And whereas equity and inclusion are fundamental prerequisites to survivor care and survivor-led services that provide victims with opportunities to share their experiences are essential blueprints for support. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring the accessible, appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas victim service-based organizations in Doña Ana County are hereby dedicated to helping crime survivors find their justice by enforcing victims' rights, expanding access to services, and ensuring equity and inclusion for all. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, do hereby proclaim the week of April 24th through the 30th, 2022 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, and reaffirm the City of Las Cruces' commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Signed and attested to by Christine Rivera, our city clerk, and signed by myself, Kim Miyagishima.
Thank you, Mayor Miyagishima, and thank you to City Council, City Manager. Just wanted to say a few words today. As the Mayor read the proclamation, and in there you saw that this year's theme is the right, access, equity for all victims. This is which underscores the importance of helping crime survivors find their justice by enforcing victims' rights, expanding access to services, and ensuring equity and inclusion for all. But we couldn't be able to do all of these services and provide all of that we do if it wasn't for all of the agencies and that were involved in this. 2 years ago, we were unable to have the Crime Victims' Rights Week event, which had been taking place for years. And now this year, we still weren't able to have the time to take the Crime Victims' Rights Week event and have it for the whole community, but I want to extend our recognition to the different agencies. Unfortunately, not everybody was able to be here today, but I want to recognize La Piñon, and we have Lisa Lopez. She's from La Piñon. Gomez from La Piñon. I have Melissa Ames. She's from the New Mexico Victims' Rights Project. And I have my staff, Perla Castillo and Leonel Maraz with LCPD Victims' Rights. And I want to thank everybody for their recognition of what goes into providing services to victims and helping them to move forward as survivors. And it's very important that we do that. And all these agencies, a lot of them that are not here today, La Casa, the district attorneys, they're advocates. They weren't able to be here, but we want to thank them as well for everything they've done in providing all the services to victims in the past years and in the past couple of years when we weren't able to put the event on. But thank you, everybody, and I appreciate the community support. Thank you.
Erica Mosher, are you here? It's a short proclamation. Probably only about 100 words. This is good. In fact, I might even be able to read this without glasses. All right, so whereas fair and equal housing is a right guaranteed to all Americans, and whereas the principle of fair and equal housing is a fundamental human entitlement, and whereas the month of April 2022 represents the 54th anniversary of the signing of the Federal Fair Housing Act by then President Lyndon B. Johnson, whereas all citizens have the right to live where they choose within their financial means, and whereas people must not be denied housing because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or marital or family status. And whereas we must, as individuals, assure equal access to housing for all in our communities, and whereas New Mexico acknowledges the importance of assuring fair and equal treatment for all citizens. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Fair Housing Month, attested to by Christine Rivera, our City Clerk, and signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima.
Good afternoon, Mayor and honorable members of City Council. My name is Erica Mosher. I'm the Association Executive for the Las Cruces Association of Realtors. On behalf of the Las Cruces Association of Realtors and its general membership, we would like to thank you for proclaiming April as Fair Housing, as April as the Fair Housing Month. Realtors across the country are commemorating the 54th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, an effort to further nationwide progress toward ending housing discrimination in the United States. In this month of April, we honor the struggle so many Americans have engaged in to secure equitable housing opportunities. These efforts continue to this day. The Las Cruces Association of Realtors is proud to play a lead role in helping secure diverse, inclusive communities throughout our beautiful city and county. These efforts cannot be made possible without your leadership and support. We look forward to continue working with you and your staff to further our efforts to achieve fair housing. Once again, on behalf of the Executive Board and the Las Cruces Association of Realtors, we thank you for proclaiming April as the Fair Housing Month. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. I believe this concludes our proclamations, so I'm going to head back up and I'll start with the conflict of interest statement. Okay, so this is where I'll ask if any member of the City Council, City staff, or City Manager has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None. Gandara.
None.
Okay. And so this is where I'll ask members of the public if they can speak to City Council for a total of 7 minutes. They can break it down into 3 minutes before City Council and up to 4 minutes for an item on the agenda. We're going to ask if you can wait until the item on the agenda is presented, but if you have to leave, then feel free to state your comments. We might not be able to answer you, but at least you can go on the record. I usually start on my left, usually start on the first row, so no one's on the first row. Second row, Rico. I think that gentleman wanted to come first, but he just jumped up and took his, see, now he doesn't want to do it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you, Rico. Rico, he didn't want to speak. I think he's actually here for a presentation. Let me tell you something. Rico is really a great guy. He's one of the vice presidents of El Paso Electric, and I think we owe a lot to him for what he does from an economic development standpoint, for his relationships with not only our city, county, but the state as a whole. He's just a great guy. He's also AKA Rico Suave. So.
Minus the hair.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Good afternoon. Rico Gonzalez with El Paso Electric. I just have a couple updates for you all and some thank yous. We had a fantastic electric car show at the farmers market this past weekend on Saturday. I think we had 13 different cars, and we had so many cars that we couldn't put the El Paso electric vehicles in the main line. They were kind of put off to the side. We had 5 different automobile makers, and I think we had about 8 different versions of vehicles. So it was fantastic from that perspective. So thank you for having the farmers market. I mean, it's such a joy for the entire community, and glad that we could be part of it. And then I have several thank yous to staff. As when Eric and I were here before, we talked about our advanced meter filing. We've had 6 meetings, now 7 meetings with the utilities department. We've had 2 technical conferences on that. And I just really think that it is a model of how El Paso Electric has learned from the interventions that the city has done, and how we can be a community working together. So the filing's going well, and I'm really excited about when we can get in that advanced meter system moving forward. Also, through those conversations, a group that we have together, our customer advisory program, has been working on doing a block grant for energy efficiency through the state, some funds that were awarded to Energy, Minerals, Natural Resources this past session, and we're looking at working with Lift Up Las Cruces. We're really excited about the concept that is, and want to say thank you. From an economic development front, I want to again thank your administration for their leadership in what we do. As we look at a clean energy economy, their leadership has been absolutely fantastic. So EFO, thank you. And then on a personal note, and in my last 10 seconds, I want to say a special thank you to Councilor Gondara and Councilor Bencomo for your conversations at Safe Haven. Susie Drum Horton is a real special friend of mine, and her son Dustin is a good friend, and I just want to say thank you guys for what you've done there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rico. Thank you for your great comments about me as well. I'm just kidding. So anyone on the third row? I've known Rico forever. I just like to mess with him. Anyone on the third row? No? Thanks. Fourth row? Fifth? Yes, both of you? Or Wanda? Yeah, either one. First one to the podium. We just need you to state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Kathy Stark. All ready? On January 18th, I stood in opposition to Resolution 22-100, the resolution that it proposed postponing the development of the trap neuter return policy. And I did so on the basis of NMSA 3-17-6. The resolution was passed, extending the deadline to June 14th. I've spoken to several state representatives. They felt, as I did, that this was a violation of state statute. However, they advised that the remedy was to file in state court. As far as I'm concerned, that's a waste of everybody's time and money, when what we want is that the city uphold the commitment they made for TNR last August. In the resolution in January, it stated that the Animal Care Task Force, ASCMV, and the city need to agree and develop an administrative program to meet the requirements in the ordinance. So on February 4th, the task force met. Some members received invitations to attend, others did not, and there was no public notice. There was no presentation or discussion about the policies that are required, and a subsequent meeting was set for 1 month later. Invitations to attend the second meeting weren't sent. There was no public notice, so the meeting was canceled. On March 22nd, ACM Enriquez responded to an inquiry that he had met with the city clerk and that the task force was deactivated after the ordinance passed, that they discussed ways to activate it, and he would run it by ASCMB Board Coran. Curious, since the task force is a city task force, not an ASCMB task force. No offense to Councilor Coran. On 3/24 then, at the ASCMB board meeting, Councilor Gandara mentioned utilizing the task force, which is, quote, through the city, end quote, to have a robust discussion about the stray dogs and the recent attacks that we've had. Is there or isn't there an animal care task force in the city? The June 14th deadline is right around the corner for the development and presentation of those policies for the TNR program, and many residents are doing their part. Safe Haven secured vet services, and within 48 hours sold out 170 slots for spay and neuter. CMAC has secured vet services and continues monthly spay and neuter clinics with a waiting list. People who are able are traveling to Deming, TRC, and even to Silver City, as well as using local vets for affordable spay and neuter. At a minimum, the city could set up a fund and a voucher program, as has been done in other areas, to assist those unable to travel or unable to pay the full cost of spay and neuter. You've pointed to the vet shortage, which is real across the country, and the lack of applicants for the vacant ASCMB vet position. In case you missed it, Doña Ana County has now posted their new vet position at a minimum starting salary of $110. The top posted salary for the ASCMB position is $105.6. Given the lack of forward movement on the TNR, I have advised Neighborhood Cats, the data collection platform for community caregivers, data you wanted to delete the account. We've lost all the data from August 28th to today. Last August, you made a commitment to the residents to finally begin to help with the cat overpopulation. The public deserves to know what you're going to do and when. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. For members of the public that are out there, as far as the Animal Services Board, that's made up primarily of city council members and members of the county government, could be county commissioners and appointees. And so that board hires the director. So this is something here that both the city manager or county manager really have not a whole lot of say there. That's what that big challenge is, and that's why there's always been discussion about maybe going in a different avenue. So I'm not too sure if any of the members that are here that sit on that board wish to comment. I'll leave it open to them if they wish to. If not, we'll just go on to the next item. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Coran. She's the chair. You want to?
I'm happy to comment.
Okay.
First, just thank you, Kathy, for coming and presenting. And I know that we've had email exchanges about this. I think that the ASCMV does have a critical role, and I would argue that in the list of folks who are working on this, I think that the ASCMV has been upping their number of spay and neuters on a daily basis. But in the bigger picture, I do think that the city itself has staked a claim in terms of our policy and ordinances related to animal care and control, in particular in TNR, and I think we do have an accountability to make sure that we, regardless of the county's positionality or even the ASCMV's role, to follow up on that policy that was passed in August of last year. So I think figuring out how to do that within the context of having a group of folks who are working on it that can make something happen, I think we're figuring out. So that's what I would say.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Okay, so that was the fifth row. Anyone on the sixth row? Oh, yes, Wanda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. My name is Wanda Bowman, and I own the Ashley Furniture Home Store. Not long ago, a homeless man came into our shopping center and smashed several windows in vehicles. The police were called, and because of the fact that it was not more than a misdemeanor, he was released that afternoon. That evening, we also had windows broken in the shopping center. Did not know who did it. Last week, a homeless man wandered aimlessly around our shopping center, carrying a hatchet with him in his hand. He did not touch anybody, but he was in our shopping center going round and round. Last Saturday morning, a homeless person was camped literally in front of the entrance of my business. I went to work early. I had several things to attend to at 7:30. Therefore, I sat over an hour in my car waiting for other employees to accompany me because I was afraid of entering my business myself. The underpass on Del Rey, where a majority of my customers must pass, is littered with garbage left behind by the panhandlers. I sent my employees over to clean it up as it was very atrocious. I have padlocks on my exterior power outlets to prevent the homeless from charging their phones there. They merely broke the covers and broke the outlets. We just fielded a complaint for the MVD, which is our shopping center, the motor vehicle place. Their problem is the entrance in the back where their employees must come to work now has trash and human waste around the building, especially because they must enter through the back. Ladies and gentlemen, something must be done about our vagrant problem, not only to my neighborhood, but citywide. Either we must diligently enforce existing laws to this blight, or you must pass new laws to protect us citizens from these individuals. It's not just unsightly, it's not just bad for business, it's dangerous. And the city has an obligation to protect us from such threats. I realize these people I'm talking about, the homeless, the vagrants, the panhandlers, I realize they lack resources and they face major challenges. And I'm not blaming them. I'm asking the city to address this problem created by them and created by a system that prevents future problems. Please give code officers the guidance, the tools, and the authority to address this issue. Please work on putting processes in place that will take care of our homeless population as they will continue to be in our community. I think each of you know that I have been in this community for over 50 years. I work hard to make my community a better place. I give back to the community to the best of my ability. I have never stood before this council and asked for anything, but I'm asking you now, please address this problem. It's a problem of our entire town, and on behalf of myself and other hardworking citizens that you serve, please address this problem for us. I thank you for your time.
So, Wanda, thank you very much. And as you mentioned, yes, thank you for all the years that you've given back to our community. I mean, you're a very generous person. I will tell you this, that I think our law enforcement, our codes do have the tools, and I'm not, what I'm trying to tell you is a lot of times when the police, and first let me just say, I don't think council here wants to criminalize homelessness, but there are a few that might go outside that realm and do some things. And when the police do catch them, they may actually have them arrested and take them to the detention center, and then when they see the judge lets them right out. So I think really that's one of the issues. The judge, I think, I think you might know who I'm referring to. When it's a municipal code, there's only one person who usually deals with that. And so those are some of the challenges that we need to let the judge know, because I get the emails every day. I'm sure if I was to open it today, there'd be 5 or 6, and rightfully so. I can't imagine, well, I can, I've had a few myself, but nothing to your degree. And so we appreciate you, and I know the city management team and the and our public safety departments and are working with council to try to figure out how to best handle this problem. And I'm sorry that it's been something that's a long time coming, but it's something there that we're doing our best to kind of juggle both.
And I certainly believe your sincerity in this, and until I was really faced with it and felt like I couldn't go into my place of business early in the morning, I was both frustrated and I was angry, thinking, this is not something that I want to do. I even thought about, can I outrun him? And then realized he was closer to the door than I was, and I needed a key, and then the doors auto shut, so I decided that wasn't a very wise choice. But I think as a community, we need to find a way to work on this so that we can take care of the problem that we have, and most of all, our city policemen are fantastic in taking care of us. And I frequently, with other women, walk out of there at 7 and 8 o'clock at night, and we are afraid and watch to see where people are. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Wanda. And let's stay in touch.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bowman, for your comments here, and I do appreciate all that you do for the community. I know you've helped in various programs. I do want you to know that all of us have been working on this at some form or fashion. We give millions of dollars to that Community of Hope campus to address those issues. I know that it's getting worse. I know that we have many programs to include our Las Cruces Care program that works specifically with victim advocates, our victim advocate program that you heard earlier. And I continue to feel like that when this community comes together to address an issue, we do fine. And we're going to need the business community, the faith-based community, the government, and others to come together and address this. And what's really happening is these folks that have what they call co-occurring disorders. They're addicted to substances and mentally ill, and they are unable to, at this point, even operate at the programming that occurs currently at Community of Hope. So I know that Councilor Becomo and I have had several communications, and we're speaking to our faith-based community, and we want to address this issue as compassionately as we can. And so I understand the concern, because I think all of us feel at one form or another that fear of leaving a place of business. But I think with your help and the help of other businesses, we have to come up with an additional compassionate, idea to address this. So I'll be reaching out to you.
Thank you. I would definitely like to work with you on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so that was what, the 5th row? Anyone on the 6th row? 7th? 8th? Anyone on my left? Looks like it's all staff. Okay, I'll start on my right and first row. These America's Heroes veterans. Bruce, you want to come forward? And Chaplain, did you want to join him, or a little bit later?
Lord Mayor, my name is Bruce Fons. I'm president of the Vietnam Veterans of America, and for the last 10 years, I've been running the Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day out of Veterans Park there. I've got a few certificate of appreciation I'd like to present to the city, the police department, the parks department, and you, Mayor, and the director of the parks. These all read basically the same. It's thanking you for your support for the Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day this year on the 27th of April this year, 27th March, that is, and that there, and this year. We got any of the other ones here? I'll read it. Okay. Yes, several. I'm not there. Now I'll discuss something else.
Come here to my office. So we've got, is Larry Nichols here? No. So Larry is a Vietnam veteran?
Yeah, he is a Vietnam veteran. He's also one of our speakers that day.
Oh, this is to me. Thank you. City of Las Cruces. I'll give that to Ifo. Las Cruces Police Department. Chief, you want to get this? Sonia Delgado, Parks and Rec Director. I always like it when Sonia is there when we have an event and everything's running so smooth. Oh, and then this is for the Parks Department, Sonia.
This challenge joins us for you, Mayor. I'll see Larry Nichols tomorrow night at the meeting.
Go ahead.
Like I say, this has been my 10th year of running this year, and this is my last year. I don't think the Vietnam veterans will be doing it anymore, but we are going to switch it around, move to the other veterans organizations there that carry it on for as long as possible, at least until the year 2025, which is the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. That's not saying we can't go beyond that. The City of Las Cruces, the Parks Department, the Mayor, the Police Department have been very supportive of me and helping out on this thing every year for the past 10 years. Well, it would have been 12 if the pandemic had hit. But I'm just tired. I've been doing it for 10 years. I started back in 2011. This is my last year, this one here. Thank you very much for your support.
I'd like to add to this by saying none of this stuff works without you. We really appreciate all of you that have stepped up and come to the welcome home. We really appreciate that. We have another coming up. It's a wreath memorial, and it's on the last Sunday of May. And it's at St. Joseph Cemetery on Espina. And if you're interested in coming down and watching this, be there by 7 a.m. We have a group photo that'll be taken at about 7:30. Then right after that, things get organized. We have the veterans march in, carrying the flags left, right, and so forth. And I'll be giving the opening prayer to everyone. We have some surprises, such as Gandra. She'll be speaking for a few minutes. And we have the American Legion Commander, John Pullen. He'll be speaking. And we have a special guest to sing our national anthem. And along with that, we have the Marines that will do taps. So this, like I say, is the 14th annual, and it's an awful lot of work. But I want to say thank you to all of you, not just for what we've had here today, but participating in all of our programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chaplain. You know, I have to tell you something, not just to you gentlemen, but also to all the veterans that are here in this room today. You know, I'm sure we see the tragedies that are going on in the Ukraine, and I'm sure our hearts fill with sorrow for them. But because of each and every one of you and all the veterans in this room that have served our great country, that just doesn't happen here. And we can't thank you enough for us to be able to just carry on as normal, day in, day out. America's always has their heroes. So I want to ask those of you who, whether you've served in the past or currently or are thinking of joining, please stand so we can give you a round of applause. Thank you very much, Sean. Okay, anyone on the second row? Oh, Mr. Simpson? Oh, you didn't want to wait until the item, or are you going to have to leave?
I'm sorry?
You didn't want to wait until the actual item comes up?
I'm not speaking to any particular item.
Oh, I thought you were. I thought you asked to speak to on an item.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Miyagishima, city councilors, my name is Alan Downs, and I'm here to talk about El Paso Electric's transportation electrification plan. It contains some great incentives for both residents and businesses, and I've given you a data sheet that contains some more information, and there's additional information on El Paso Electric's website. As part of the electrification plan, residential customers are offered a $500 rebate toward a home smart charger. Low-income residents are offered up to $2,300 for a charger and its installation. Rebates are offered to businesses that install smart chargers for use by their employees or customers, and to owners of apartment buildings to install smart chargers for use by their residents. All of these rebates are for level 2 chargers. These are chargers that are connected to 240 volts and can charge up to a rate of about 40 miles of range per hour of charge. There are also rebates for DC fast chargers, for public transit. There's additional data on the handouts that I've given you. But today I wanted to emphasize El Paso Electric's whole house electric vehicle rider. This is a rate rider that's available to residents and to most commercial customers that have an electric vehicle registered at their service address. It provides 4.74 cents rebate for every kilowatt hour used between midnight and 8 a.m. year-round. So customers who own an EV can significantly reduce their electric bill by charging their EVs during those hours and by shifting some of their other electrical load to those hours. This rider also benefits El Paso Electric by helping even out the load, that is, reduce daytime peaks and utilize unused nighttime capacity. The whole house EV rider does not require a separate meter, is not limited to energy used only by an EV. Any energy that you use between midnight and 8 a.m. earns that 4.74 cent rebate. I see no downside at all to applying for this rate. It's a great benefit for any EPE customer that owns an EV, and it's an additional incentive to get one. Please pass on the information on the data sheet to your constituents, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. We appreciate it very much, Alan. Okay, that was the second row. Anyone on the third row? Fourth row? Fifth? Sixth? Anyone on my right? Looks like it's all staff. Okay, that pretty much concludes our public participation. I have a couple of closed meeting statements I need to read. City of Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 9 a.m., April 4th, 2022. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Coran, Bencomo, Graham, Abeta, Gandara, and myself, Kim Miyagishima. Staff present: Ifo Pili, City Manager; Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager; Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager; Miguel Dominguez, Chief, Las Cruces Police Department; Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer; Damian Martinez, outside City Attorney; Jennifer Vega, City Attorney. The meeting adjourned at 12:52 p.m. For the record, City Council met in closed session and only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice, which was to discuss pending or threatening litigation regarding Najar versus City of Las Cruces, Nunez versus City of Las Cruces, and Ramsey versus City of Las Cruces, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. The next one, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:01 a.m., April 11th, 2022. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Coran, Bencomo, Graham, Abeta, and myself, Kim Miyagishima. Staff present was Luis Robles, outside attorney; Miguel Dominguez, Chief, Las Cruces Police Department; Ifo Pili, City Manager; Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager; Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager; Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer; and Jennifer Vega, City Attorney. The meeting adjourned at 12:05 p.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session to discuss those items as listed in the posted notice, which was to discuss pending litigation regarding Joel A. Melendez versus City of Las Cruces, ETAL CIV-21-00061 RB-CG, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay, so now we're going to go to the motion to accept the agenda.
Move to approve. Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, I think,
Mr. Mayor,
and second by Councilor Graham. Yes, Councilor Flores.
I'd like to pull 7.1 from the consent agenda, please.
7.1 to remove.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So can we have Councilor Bencomo and Graham amend your motion and second to allow item 7.1 to be removed for discussion?
Yes. Sure.
So the sure is an affirmative? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. If there's no questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with removal of item 7.1 for discussion. Councilor Beda?
Oh. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so item 7.1, Resolution 22-118. Need a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And Councilor Flores, did you need a full presentation, or did you just have like a 10-second question to ask? Well, you never know.
Well, you do know. Full presentation, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor and City Council, this is David Weir at the Community Development Department. I have before you a resolution creating a technical advisory committee to advise and providing public engagement for the Realize Las Cruces project, and that is basically the update of the land development codes for the city. Realize Las Cruces is one of the major implementation measures of Elevate Las Cruces, and on this slide it shows some of the policies that were adopted to support the updating of the city's land development codes. Last year, the city hired Freeze and Nichols Incorporated to go through that, and the major components of that project are to update the zoning map, revise the subdivision code, update the sign ordinance, update the public infrastructure design standards, and create a zoning map. Another activity that's not on the slide was also to have an implementation manual, basically a bridge to let, as we transition from the 2021 codes to the new updated land development codes. The Technical Advisory Committee, as I stated, would be an additional opportunity for public engagement and review of the ordinances as they're drafted and taking place. The way it's crafted, the membership calls for folks that have a background in land development or neighborhood representation. It's also set up such that it would be a 15-member board. Each counselor would recommend 2 members of that. The mayor would recommend 3, and then the mayor would make the appointment of all 15 with a concurrence of the the city council. It's also structured that an assistant city manager would be an ex officio member and would chair the meetings as they were to take place. Again, just kind of talking about some of the duties that they would have. They're all listed out on that slide, but they can really be summarized in reviewing the final draft of the ordinances, providing their technical expertise and input, and then also their insight and experiences related to development and the development codes themselves. With that, you have your traditional options to approve, deny, modify, or table for more additional information. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Dave. Councilor Flores.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason I wanted this pulled, and thank you so much, Mr. Weir, for presenting, and even though we get to read it I mean, we get our little notes. The public doesn't really look at this, I don't think. I mean, once in a while perhaps. But I just wanted to make sure that the public knows that we are adhering to our Realize Las Cruces, and that the ad hoc, because my notes, my whatever agenda states that it's a technical advisory ad hoc, but in your presentation, it's clear that it's going to be comprised of, like half of it, I think, will be the citizenry of the city of Las Cruces, and each counselor will be able to appoint a couple from each district. So I just, because technical advisory, I thought, well, we're going to get some people saying, oh, we have to have streets that are, 1,000 feet wide, and because it's going to mean more cars can go and this, that, and the other. So I just wanted to make sure that we made it clear that to our public, to the people, that we are complying with that hard, it was, how long did it take for us to finally finish Realize Las Cruces?
Realize was about a 2.5 year process,
right.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor.
Right. And there was a lot of public input. So I think that when we do a presentation such as yours, it brings a lot of confidence to how we're going insofar as our development follows. So thank you very much, Mr. Weir, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, David, for the presentation. Can you go back to the composition of the technical group?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, the way it's structured would be a 15-member group. It's recommended that each counselor recommend 2. The mayor would have 3 recommendations, and then the mayor would actually put forward the total 15, but then there would have to be concurrence by the majority of the council that those 15 members would participate on that group.
Okay, and then the next slide is who you're recommending have, okay.
This is the expertise or experience the group would have, so it provides some framework as to what's looking for. But what's not written there is, I think you really want to target somebody that's civic-minded, that does believe that the implementation of Elevate Las Cruces or the vision of the community is important, and then can work in a collaborative fashion. So just my own 2 cents worth.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. And how frequently do you want this committee to convene?
I would assume that once it starts, it would probably be a monthly basis. Definitely anytime there's a major draft or final draft to be reviewed. And we would go through, the Community Development Department would go through the normal process of posting it so that people are aware the meeting's taking place and the general public would have an opportunity to attend.
And then how do they work with planning and zoning, or would they ever have that opportunity?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, what I would anticipate is that we would also invite the P&Z members to attend those meetings. Basically, they would wrap their input and development into the draft, and so once the final draft is done, then it would go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they would be aware of, through the public review, that this committee took place, and staff would keep record of all the meetings, and so if there was any major comment or something that needed to be arbitrated by the Planning and Zoning Commission for the recommendation to City Council, we would provide that information to Council. But I don't believe there's anything that precludes a P&Z member being appointed, but they may want an arm's distance just to have a different set of eyes on it, and since they will be making a recommendation to Council.
I appreciate that. You answered my question. I was going to say, what in the event they may put something together that does not, that planning and zoning is feeling like, no, I'm not okay with this. So there would be a process, and it would be stated in some sort of policy that you would set forth as a community development staff?
Well, in essence, they're helping review the drafts of the ordinance, and so they would call that. I don't think there's anything that precludes them from coming to the Planning and Zoning Commission and says, this is in your draft, but I feel that there's another way to go about it. I don't have an example on top of my head. But they could share that, then the Planning and Zoning Commission was ultimately going to make a recommendation for the community. And then, as always with ordinances, you'll be the ultimate deciders of it and can approve or modify as you deem appropriate.
So David, this would just be for during the interim while you're working through this, and then it would sunset after the completion of Realize?
I believe that the resolution is drafted that once it goes to Planning and Zoning Commission, the committee sunsets.
Okay,
and stops.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Okay, anyone else? Members of the public? Seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-118. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're at 8.1, public hearing required. Okay, so it's 2:31 p.m. The public hearing is now on. Is there any members of the public that are here to talk either for or against the beer and wine liquor transfer to Tacos and Shell AH LLC, located at 1120 Commerce Drive, Suite A, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88011? Okay, seeing none, it's 2:32 p.m. Public hearing is now closed. With that, entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 22-121.
Move to approve. Second, Abita.
Who made the motion? And, okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Beta. Okay. Any questions, members of the public? Seeing none? No questions? No. Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-121. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.2, Resolution 22-122. Need a motion, a second?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, at least trying to.
Yes. Kane William Blanchard will be presenting, or Matthew Sines.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Matthew Sines, Interim Chief Budget Officer with the City of Las Cruces. I just wanted to let you all know that this is going to be Will's last presentation with the budget team. He's moving on to new and exciting things with our audit program here at the city. So we want to thank him for his contributions and wish him the best of luck. Good luck.
Thank you, Matt. And good afternoon, Mayor and Council. William Blanchard, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept the various budget adjustments for April fiscal year 2022. These budget adjustments contain no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment. We are heavily focused on alignment this month, and there are several transfers between funds. You may find it easier to follow along on your attachment A because there's a lot of going back and forth. And we have some changes to the city's vehicle acquisition fund. And with me today, I have Sarah Cundiff, who will discuss changes to the CIP, and we have representatives available to answer any of your other questions. And as always, we always strive to apply best practice. The amounts we are requesting today are in the column with the yellow heading, and we are letting you know what kind of adjustment we are making. R is for revenue, E for expense, and T is for transfer. Quality of life is decreasing revenue $4,125 and expenses $3,892 in the general fund to correct museum scholarships and to adjust their workers' comp expenses to actuals. Finance is increasing revenue $60,000 in the general fund to bring auction revenues to actuals. Human Resources is increasing expenses $73,875 in the general fund for 2 positions that were approved at mid-year. Parks and Recreation is increasing expenses $20,000 in the general fund for a grant match for the 2018 Bureau of Reclamation Smart Controllers Grant. We are increasing transfers to the general fund by $1,082,571. There's a transfer from the Telshore Fund for the Mobile Integrated Health and Crisis Intervention Team, a transfer from the Transit Grants Fund to close the fund, and a transfer from the Hold Harmless GRT Fund for the Bureau of Reclamation Smart Controllers Grant. We are increasing transfers out of the general fund, $46,500, for a transfer to the Facilities Fund for maintenance for La Casa and Jardín de Esperanza. We are increasing expenses and the transfer in the Facilities Fund for the other side of that for the La Casa maintenance and Jardín de Esperanza. We are increasing revenue in the Hold Harmless GRT Fund to reflect actuals. The GRT is coming in higher than our beginning of the year projections. Grants is reducing expense $20,000 and transferring that money to the general fund for the 2018 Bureau of Reclamation Smart Controllers Grant. Police is increasing revenue $9,103.99 and reducing expenses $1,351.01 in the Special Revenue Grants Fund to adjust the VOCA grant to actual. Fire is increasing revenue 54 cents and expenses 46 cents in the Special Revenue Grant Fund to adjust the CARA opioid grant to actual. Visit Las Cruces is increasing revenue $246,250 and expense by the same amount in the Special Revenue Grants Fund to move the Convention Center grant from the Convention and Visitors Bureau Fund. It was budgeted in the incorrect fund and we are now correcting it. Quality of Life is increasing revenue and expense $234,000 in the Older Americans Fund for donations and expenses to be made with those donations. We are transferring $592,606 from the Telshore Fund to the General Fund for the Mobile Integrated Health and Crisis Intervention Team. Visit Las Cruces is decreasing revenue and expense $246,250 in the Convention and Visitors Bureau Fund to move the Convention Center grant to the Special Revenue Fund where it should have been budgeted in the first place. We are transferring the available balance of $942,162 from the Northrise Morningstar Special Projects Fund to the Gas Tax Fund. We are transferring the available balance of $884,787 from the Sonoma Ranch Special Project Fund to the Gross Receipts Tax Street Maintenance Fund and the Flood Control Fund. We are transferring $942,162 into the Gas Tax Fund for the other side of the Northrise Morningstar transfer. We are transferring $21,650 into the 2018 Gas Debt Service Fund from the 2018 Gas Tax Loan Fund because we have finished the project and we have to transfer the remaining funds to the debt service. Parks and Recreation is increasing expenses $884,200 in the Public Park Development Fund for an increase in PIF neighborhood parks. We are transferring $639,012 into the Gross Receipts Tax Street Maintenance Fund from the Sonoma Special Project Fund. Public Works is increasing expense $910,000 in the VAD Street Projects Fund for an increase in VAD Phase 2. We are transferring $245,775 into the Flood Control Fund from the Northrise Special Project Fund. We are transferring $21,615 from the 2018 Gas Tax Loan Fund into the 2018 Gas Debt Service Fund due to the completion of the project. Transit is reducing expenses and the transfer $48,317 in the Transit Operating Fund to correct the transfer from Fund 5923, the Transit Capital Fund, and reducing expenses to balance the fund. Transit is transferring $469,965 from the Transit Capital Fund to the General Fund to close the fund. That should be Transit Grants Fund, my apologies. Transit is transferring $469,000 from the Transit Grant Fund to the General Fund to close the fund. Transit is increasing the transfer in the Transit Capital Fund to correct transit transfers. Quality of life is increasing revenue $105,575 and expenses $118,275 in the Gifts and Memorials Fund to budget revenue and expense for the Knapp Estate donation, budget museum scholarships in the correct fund, budget various smaller donations, and increased expense for maintenance to the library. We are making some amendments to the city's vehicle acquisition fund. We are adding an F-150 for use by Parks and Maintenance Aquatics team and 3 F-150s to be used by police service aides. They are already budgeted for a total of $197,000. We just need to add them to the V8 to the VAF so that they can be purchased. And with that, I will turn it over to Sarah Cundiff to discuss the CIP.
Thanks, Will.
We'll be here a while. Thank you, William. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Sarah Cundiff. I'm the Management Analyst for Public Works, and I will be going over the amendments to the CIP. There are only 4 amendments today, so I will try to make this short and sweet, just like me. So our first one, if you reference page 2 of the CIP, the VAD, or the Voluntary Assessment District, is being amended, as Will mentioned, as an increase to bring budget to the actual balance. On page 7, you will see 2 simultaneous amendments to the Neighborhood Parks and Median Landscaping. Neighborhood Parks is receiving a reallocation from Median Landscaping, as well as a fund allocation for the purchase of land tracts for neighborhood parks. And lastly, also on page 7, is a fund allocation for the Parks Smart Controller and pumps. Before I turn it over for discussion, I would like to say a big thank you to William Blanchard for all of the fantastic work that he has done for the Budget Office.
Okay, great. So that both of you are done with the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any questions? Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Sarah. Can you go back to page 12? So that third item, the third median landscaping budget adjustment, it's going to Parks and Recreation. Is a median landscaping project still on, but under a different department, or what does that mean?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, yes, ma'am, median landscaping is still going on, and I will defer the remainder of the question to our Parks and Recreation Director, Sonia Delgado.
Oh, what about the landscape architect?
Or Kathy.
Kathy Matthews.
Kathy Matthews.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Kathy Matthews, landscape architect with the Parks and Recreation Department. That project is still on. It's not being deferred in any way. The median landscape projects, those are still continuing.
And is that the one that's on calendar, on the agenda later?
That one is funded through a state legislative grant.
Oh.
And that one, you'll be considering the design contract for that particular project. And there will be remaining budget also for construction on that project as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Matthews, and thank you again, Ms. Cundiff.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just needed some clarifying questions on slide 5 and slide 6 about facilities and the maintenance to La Casa. Slide 5, yeah. Okay. I love this back and forth. It's so cute.
What is your question?
Yeah, the maintenance, what does it consist of related to La Casa?
I'm going to have to defer that question to Sarah Cundiff.
This
I
might
did
just
it
be
on
easier.
purpose.
It might just be easier. Mayor Pro Tem, if you recall this time last year, we discussed maintenance at La Casa as well as the Jardín de Esperanzas. Nothing is changing about the project that we discussed as last year. It's just moving it into the Facilities and Maintenance Fund for the betterment of the fiscal housing.
Yes.
So the scope of the work is not changing. It's just moving the funding into the Facilities Maintenance Fund.
Okay, good. I wanted to take the opportunity to speak to maintenance and specifically to the maintenance of La Casa. And I know in the past I've had some concerns about facilities and how we're maintaining and the process and whatnot. I know that I've talked to them as late as last week, and they had some concerns about security and cameras, and I wonder if that is something that would be tied into the maintenance, or is that just like maintenance for grounds and maybe painting or fixing plumbing? I mean, I still have those questions in terms of specificity related to maintenance.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'll have members of staff get back to you with those details.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And then slide 6, the Telshore funding, and it related to just a transferring over from one fund to from the Telshore fund over to specifically. I know when Chief came up and spoke specifically to this area, we talked about 24-hour, right? Having the services 24 hours. Now, is this what this is about, or was there dialogue or discussion about increasing that amount? Kind of where are we?
Mayor Pro Tem, this amount was, in January, we took mid-year adjustments and we purchased some ambulances for the MIH CIT and some personnel. I believe there was a social worker.
Yes.
And this is reimbursing the general fund for those expenses. I would have to defer to Chief Smith on other plans.
That'd be great if Chief could speak to that. I know we were very excited about the program and spoke very specifically about adding more money to have it run 24/7. And in lieu of all the things that are happening in our community, it was perfect.
Was it perfect, or did you?
No, well, he can't do it any higher, right, Chief?
Yeah, he can.
I can.
It can go higher. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, Jason Smith, Fire Chief. So this amount is what Will just spoke to. It's just transferring funds over to the Telshore facility. We're still setting up meetings to talk to the CTC to see what their capacity is for providing a crisis intervention team in off hours and trying to look at how we can work together to provide 24/7 coverage. Right now we're working with HR on getting our job descriptions finished so that we can actually post for hiring the CIT licensed clinical social worker who will kind of be the team lead. So right now we are not looking at these funds bringing 24/7 for us to start a CIT team. So I've been talking with Mr. Peely about our options in providing that coverage.
Okay, thank you. And then the ARPA, you spoke about ARPA, wait, let me think. Slide 11 on the vehicles purchasing. So we've advocated up here on council electric vehicles. Now, are these electric vehicles or are they just gas-run vehicles?
Mayor Pro Tem, I will have to defer that question to
I'm really hoping you say they're electric,
Chief Dominguez.
but I'm concerned that they're not.
Good afternoon, Police Chief Miguel Dominguez for the record. Mayor Pro Tem, these are gas vehicles. The We went with gas vehicles because the build-out on electric vehicles, this type of vehicle is so far out, we probably wouldn't get them for another 2 years, is what we're hearing from the dealers.
Okay. I know we're going to continue to say that, but we have to make a move somehow. And I won't say much more to you, Chief, because, well, I know that your hands are tied, but I will encourage my city manager to really push for that, even if it's several years out. We have to start making that move. And I think we've all advocated in one form or another for electric vehicles. And so anyway, I appreciate that, Chief. I understand where you're coming from.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can, we are in the process of getting some electric vehicles for different functions. These vehicles had to be kind of larger because the police service aides are going to, excuse me, are going to a lot of traffic crashes in busy intersections and things of that nature. And the smaller vehicles that they were driving were proving to be kind of dangerous for them.
Sure.
So we had to get the larger vehicles so that there's a larger profile. But we are in the process of ordering 2 or 3 electric vehicles for other purposes.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Bencomo and then Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just wanted to follow up with that Mayor Pro Tem's point, because I think, honestly, I think 2 years ago you asked Chief Smith the same thing and we laughed that Tesla doesn't have an electric truck yet, haha. But now there's plenty. There is actually a Ford F-150 electric vehicle, is there not? And there is, I think, like a year and a half waiting time given the pandemic concerns. I just think that the technology is there, and I do think we need to start thinking smarter about our fleet, but even these big vehicles, because they are available now.
Solution to make it happen.
Councilor Flores.
Yeah, I'd like to echo the point that because we are talking about money, and I therefore think that it's appropriate to comment on the fact that this is my 5th year on City Council, and we have been asking for electric, and I recognize, and this is, it isn't, I don't know, Mr. Peely, who makes the final decisions. Council has made various resolutions around electrification and getting our autos, and I understand that things are more expensive, but as Chief Dominguez mentioned, in a couple of years, yada yada, we'll be able to afford it, yada yada. But the car the automobile, the Ford F-150 that's being purchased now, probably won't be up for replacement then. So, and those cars are big. Those are big trucks. They put out more GHG probably than a sedan. So I don't understand how we keep getting away from not doing the decision. We set policy. I recognize we set policy, but my understanding is that the decisions are based on the policy that we set forth. And we've been talking about GHG, we've been talking about electrification, we talked about the building codes, development, community development, and doing all this sort of stuff. But I don't think we've really made any headway. So just for the record, insofar as how we're spending our money, I understand that you need bigger cars or bigger trucks for whatever activity the police department needs, but this is the Parks and Recreation for aquatics maintenance, a Ford F-150, okay. I don't understand that exactly, but what I do want to reiterate forcefully is that we really need to adhere to moving forward with our policy, Mr. Peely, insofar as electrification goes in our automobiles. That's one of the easiest ways, really, So I just had to say all that forcefully. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Ifo, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, if I can just, I'm not prepared right now to talk about all that's been done so far, and we can come back with maybe a presentation, or I can report back to you on the process that got us here. But I know we've looked into it. I know there's certain issues that we have. Outfitting police vehicles, the weight of the electric vehicles is one. Being able to function for their needs. I've had stacks of information on my desk about different electric vehicles, far more than I've ever known about, because our staff has been looking into it. So I'm just not prepared to see why we've arrived at this point, but we've heard council loud and clear. And when we look at new vehicles, I mean, we have gone through the criteria of what our needs are. And I mean, if it's we need to sacrifice in some areas, or we just need to step it up, we will do that. But if you give me some time, let me check with staff to see how we've arrived at these certain points. But I know police is a difficult one at this point with the technology. I know there's a lot of there's a lot out there that show police cars. But from my understanding, that the technology for what we need at this point isn't there yet. But we can have a work session to talk specifically about a plan for electric vehicles, or where we are at, and again, why we arrived at this point.
Well, the 3 Ford F-50 for the police, they're like about 50. For some reason, it's cheaper to get it through Parks and Rec. It's $3,000 cheaper per car, by the way, if you can see that number. But police service aids, aren't those the little cars? They're not really police officers, and I'm not going to say anyway, but I almost did. But they're police service aids, and the ones I've seen are smaller than the Elantra I drive. So what gives? I mean, how do you explain that, Mr. Peely, or how is that, police service aids with F-150s? Seriously?
Yeah, if you give me some time, Counselor, we can, unless Chief has an answer to it.
Oh, he's going to have an answer, but it's not going to be satisfactory, I can reassure you.
Well, let's give him a chance. Let's.
Police Chief Miguel Ramirez for the record. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we've had a couple of almosts with our police service aids that they go to crashes on Highway 70, sometimes they're on the freeway, things of that nature, and we've had people actually almost crash into them because of the size of the vehicle. We needed a larger profile vehicle so they can continue responding to these traffic accidents safely.
I understand safety totally, and I have seen those accidents, especially on Delray and Baton Memorial West. For some reason, that intersection is cursed. But seriously, a Ford F-150? Okay, what do I know? But it sounds like that's a truck. That's a big truck.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, that's correct. They're larger vehicles, but the cost and everything for other vehicles is actually a little bit more expensive.
I was going to say, they're probably all about the same. Yeah. But still, okay. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Peely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Abeta.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, sorry, don't go too far. Thank you. I appreciate us thinking about safety, especially when it comes to not only the officers, but the police aides too. I know that's a big issue. And I'm assuming that these vehicles can then be repurposed in a different manner, say if we got electric vehicles online later on.
Mayor, Councilor Abeta, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then perhaps thinking about it, when we have new vehicles like this that have to come online in a timely manner, this is something that could not wait for 2 years, that we have to make some of these choices. And then when we are looking at those long-term plans, having a different method to make sure that we can start ordering those electric vehicles that can come in online when they need to be. So I think if we had the two different processes so that we can start onlining electric vehicles and then adjusting when we have something like this that is a safety issue that needs to be addressed emergently. And then once we get electric vehicles online, I'm sure it will be easier to start switching over. So that's just my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? So I'll chime in on this as well. So, Chief, I think it's probably, I won't ask you any questions. I think it's fair to say, I can still recall when I was a city councilor for District 6, we had looked at some prototypes for electric vehicles, nothing compared to what they are today. And they only had a mileage of about 100 miles. But today's vehicles are really different. And even if they cost $20,000, $30,000 more, you know how quick we'll make that up with electricity and not having to spend on gas? We'll make it up pretty fast. And today's vehicles I've seen are really nice looking. In fact, some of the departments that we've looked at, when I say maybe the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the departments are finding not that they're going to drive, they want to know which officers are really clamoring to drive the electric vehicle. Because they look really nice. I wish they would, they're really nice looking cars. Now, they may be small, and that's fine, but I think for police aids, it's possible. But nonetheless, we respect what you have to say, Chief. But I think that this isn't just your department, this is citywide. I think this council passed a resolution, I believe. Did we not, Christine? I thought we did, that we would, yeah, exactly. That we would start purchasing electric vehicles. This is back when Councilor Sorg was here. And, we really haven't moved forward. So I don't know about you all, but maybe after June 1st, if there's any more vehicles that come up, I'm just going to vote no. We need to start getting some electric vehicles, okay? Yes. Well, look, I wish I had an electric vehicle. We have a hybrid, but I wish I had electric. I wouldn't have to be paying the $4 a gallon. That's a lot. Plus you get to write it off, so it's pretty good. Okay.
So, Mayor,
yes?
if I may, I was just trying to get some info just so you know, PD is slated to order 3 EV sedans this year. And there's a Mach-E EV PD interceptors that are being tested right now.
They're beautiful looking. I've seen pictures of them. I think council should have one. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, really. But thanks, Ifo. These are really, it's not like it used to be. And it's hard to even get a Ford F-150 all electric. They're sold out. Yeah. And they move so fast. And they're faster than gas. And they have more torque, more horsepower. It's incredible what they're building today. But they're just hard to get. So, okay, anyone else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-122. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, well, good luck to you. Thank you for all that you've done, and I know we'll just see you, and you'll be seeing a lot of Councilor Flores because she heads up that committee, so be prepared for a lot of, I don't know if you do that. It's still not too late to change your mind if you want to. No, I'm just messing with you. She's not on there. Okay, so we're at 8.3, Resolution 22-123. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Abita.
Hello.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Abeta, second by Councilor Bencomo and Rossi. Oh, Graham, Councilor Graham. We're eventually going to be closer. So then probably next council meeting. So then we'll be able to see. Exactly, learn your voice. Well, you try coming over here and.
Exactly.
Okay, Rosia Gamboa will be presenting.
Greetings, everyone. Mayor and City Council members, Rocio Gamboa, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept one federal capital grant and one private foundation grant. The Parks and Recreation Department have been awarded a grant in the amount of $75,000. Can you hear me?
I think Mayor Pro Tem wants you to, yeah, there you go.
Okay. Hello? No. Can you hear me now? Okay. Let me start over. It's okay. The Parks and Recreation Department have been awarded a grant in the amount of $75,000 from the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, with a $75,001 match coming from the general fund. The funding will be used for Phase 2 of Smart Controller Installation Project at park facilities in Las Cruces. The project is intended to provide smart irrigation controllers at Burn Lake, High Noon Soccer Complex, Sunrise Terrace Park, the Valley View Park, Veterans Memorial Park, and Young Park. This action will amend the CIP. Quality of Life has been awarded a grant funding of $8,000 for Meals on Wheels of America. These funds will be utilized to support senior programs to implement the Food for Paws program, which provides pet food, veterinary care, and grooming services to more than 100 older Las Cruces and their pets. As the recipient of Trailblazer Grant, Senior Programs is being acknowledged as an established and outstanding pet program and will serve as a formal mentor for Meals on Wheels members with a new pet assistance program. That shall do it for this month. Here are your council options. I will stand for questions along with Amy Basford from Grants. We also have representatives from each department available today to assist with questions.
Okay, great. Questions from council? How about members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-123. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, 8.4, Resolution 22-124. Need a motion second.
Move to approve.
Second, Bencomo.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Bencomo. And Celicia Villegas will discuss.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Celicia Villegas with Economic Development. Today I bring forward a resolution for a land purchase located at 725 McClure Road. Background on the property, it is owned by Mesilla Valley Properties. The total acreage is 3.63 acres. The city is looking to purchase 2.36 acres of that for flood control. There is an existing house on the remaining acre or so that the city's neighborhood action team had identified as a priority 2, which is a minor nuisance property. Here's an aerial of the property. You can see McClure Road is to the north. The railroad tracks is to the west, and even further to the west is the Benavides Center. Here's a picture of the existing house that has been boarded up. And city is looking to purchase the vacant portion to the west of that. Here's an aerial of a picture of the subdivision plat where Lot 1 is where the existing house is, and that will remain with the current property owner. And the tract 1 is where the ponding area would be. So for the terms of the agreement, the purchase price is at $148,000 per the appraisal. The city did agree to subdivide the property to acquire the ponding portion only. As part of the agreement, also, the property owner has agreed to rehab the existing house or demo it within 2 years. Since there has been some damage to the house, so that will be demoed. Closing would be on a mutually agreed upon date after today, if adopted. And some of the benefits, it would resolve some history of repeated flooding in that area. remedy the property nuisance, and it supports infill growth of the vacant, underutilized parcels accordance to Elevate Las Cruces. So with that, here's your standard council options, and I will stand for questions. I believe we also have a representative of the property owner and Public Works and Community Development.
Okay, thank you, Celicia. I guess, I take it you're just going to knock it down, the structure? Because
Yes.
it's pretty messed, it's pretty old. Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you so much, Celicia. I've known this was coming from Public Works for a while, but I'm glad to have it on the agenda today. I'm curious, is this home, was there recently a fire at this home, like last week?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, you are correct. There was a fire to that and another property off Camino Real on the same day. So with that, in talking with the property owner, they are looking to put in the demo permit sooner than what they thought they were going to.
That's great. Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if Public Works could speak on the service area they hope this would impact.
Yes, let's see Tony coming up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. Tony Trevino, Deputy Director of Public Works for the record. As of right now, with the purchase of this property, we're going to have a drainage study done to see how much of the area that we can actually gather of the stormwater we can actually kind of route to this ponding area. So that will be determined here. The upcoming months, we'll get a consultant on board.
Okay, and then will you bring that back to council or maybe the TSI PRC, or how will, or does that not have to come to us, I guess, my question?
Once that happens, we'll probably come for a CIP adjustment here to kind of get that on the CIP list on probably within the next month or so. So we'll discuss it there, and then as we move forward, we will, through a work session or however you want, we can give you an update.
Great, thank you. And just lastly, I think this is really good news for the neighbors in the area, so just however we can do a communication when that's ready. I know that might not be the case yet, but I think that would be really important.
Yeah, most definitely.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Flores and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're purchasing the property. The house is going to be demolished, and the purpose of buying the property is because it's been a nuisance insofar as it being really run down and all that sort of stuff, or is it because of the flood abatement issue? And then after it's purchased by the city, what abatement steps will we be taking? Will the city be taking? And then, so there has to be some plan in that regard, I'm sure, because then we have to think about what the property can be used for, right? Or no?
Sure.
Sorry, Tony. It was like 10 questions.
Mayor, Councilor.
Only another woman would understand. It's
That's okay.
multitasking.
Yes. Mayor, Councilor Flores. We are only purchasing the vacant portion of the property. So the existing dwelling, the property owner has plans to demo the property and develop. So they will be going through a separate process with the infill.
Oh, so we're purchasing the land that's adjacent to it, not the land that it's on?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, we have subdivided that parcel. So it was a little over 3 acres, and we subdivided it, and we're purchasing only about 2.5 of that parcel.
But so the owner of the house right now will remain the owner of the parcel it's on. I mean, that's a parcel that remains, the ownership remains with the current owner. So the city won't be owning that.
Correct. Councilor Flores, you are correct.
Well then, how does the flood abatement, what steps will be taken in that regard? And then it will benefit the current owner also, right? Or no?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, yes, yes, and yes. It's funny because Sally just shared with me a photo of a 1967 picture that was in the newspaper of Carlisle and McClure that was like 2 foot underwater with kids playing in it. That whole area has been a ponding, flooding nuisance for so long. The stormwater infrastructure there is a bunch of French drains, just holes in the ground with rocks in them that have been there for years that just get filled with sediment and dirt that are no longer functional. So water in that whole area from Alameda to McClure to the railroad and even past that to Valley just gets, the water doesn't go nowhere, it's so flat. So by building a pond, this is a first step to have a gathering place to start to mitigate these neighborhoods of the adjacent streets and work our way out to get that stormwater out of the right-of-way, out of the properties and into that ponding area. So this is the first step to address all the surrounding neighborhoods for that area.
Well, then, there's an incidental question as to the ownership of the dilapidated property. Possibly it could remain empty and without grass, without anything, or is there anything that we'll be doing in that regard?
So just to kind of go back, it was 1 lot entirely, and it was split into 2. So what the property owner does, and I believe he has some development plans, but we have not seen that yet on our side. We're going to be doing our part on the pond side that we can control and develop.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, as part of the purchase agreement, it is in the terms that they are to rehab or demo that, and as part of the agreement. So if they don't do that, they would be in default of the agreement.
Yes, but it looks like they've agreed to demolish it based on your presentation. So they demolish it, and then they can just leave it just with nothing on it, without any improvements, as they're called, right? And then it's just a dusty, okay, all right. I'm just trying to figure out, well, it's good that the pond issue is being addressed.
I see the, Mayor, Councilor, I see the property owner's representative come up so they can share with you some of the plans they have.
He's the current property owner or the representative?
Representative, yes.
Okay, thank you, Celicia, thank you.
Hello, sorry, my name is James Vaquero. I'm representing Mississippi Valley Properties, so I can try and assist on any questions you may have some clarification with.
Yes, do you know what the owner intends to do with the property after it's demolished?
Yeah, so it's going to be an infill development with approximately 28 to 30 units for apartment complex or apartment housing. Obviously, for more of the affordability in that housing area, there's a high school nearby, there's Parks and Rec nearby, and then we're going to develop it a little bit further. So that is kind of the intent of that.
And so that'll be coming back to us eventually?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea how many units?
28 to 30.
28, 30, great.
Yep.
That sounds really good. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming down. Thank you for asking him to come down. Thank you so much for your answers.
Of course.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cecilia and Tony. Appreciate this. I have a couple of questions, just probably more clarifying and really try to understand why the 2-year, we're giving the owner 2 years. Do you have the many calls, the number of calls that have been made respective of this address and the actual sightings? I'm interested in the numbers. In citations, yes.
Mayor, Councilor Gandara, I don't, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry. I don't have that information. I know that it had been, this has been a long time project, as Councilor Bencomo said, due to the fact that it switched ownership in the middle of the transaction or negotiation, and then COVID happened. So that's why you see the 2-year, we kind of worked it in because it was COVID time and we didn't know how soon they could actually get something done at that moment. But as far as the neighborhood action team, I would have to look further into what type of, why they prioritize it as a number 2 nuisance. It wasn't the highest priority, but it is on that list.
Does chief or codes or someone legal have the number of citations? And because I'm saying this because I want to make a point. I get calls about this. The neighbors there very concerned. To Councilor Bencomo's point about the fire, I feel like 2 years is a lot of time for all that to continue to happen with no remediation. And so I would recommend that we go back and possibly negotiate a shorter time frame, just because of what continues to happen there. You know, because it attracts folks to come in, to break in, to have the fires that we have, the number of resources that we've spent at this point with fire. I don't know that I'm okay with that time frame is my issue. I think it's important that we have all this information you know, before us, so that we can make a good decision. I appreciate, I know you put in a lot of work. I know the NAT team has done as well. Now, the drainage study that's going to happen, how quickly is that? Do we know how much that's going to cost? And then, Tony, you spoke of it being placed on the CIP, which means it's still not funded. It's an unfunded mandate. Am I correct in that assessment?
Mayor Pro Tem Tony Trevino for the record again. It is not on the CIP, so it is not currently funded. However, there was another study that we did for the Mesquite Tornillo district, a drainage study that we do have some remaining funds for, that we were going to reallocate over there to get this drainage study started. So there is money set aside in another project that is remaining from an existing study that we can utilize. So once the project is, the ownership is under City of Las Cruces, we can get that going.
So it would be enough to complete the study?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. And then once that happens, then it'll be put on the CIP unfunded, and we would have to find the funding source to do the rest of the work that probably that drainage study is going to indicate, like proper drainage and those infrastructure things that are required for it to do what it's supposed to do, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, you're exactly right. At first, we'll probably start just building the pond, and then from there to kind of scientifically kind of move up from roads to roads to see how we're going to catch that. We just can't go start from the very top, and we got to start from the bottom, build the funnel from the bottom, and move our way up. So it's going to be based on that drainage study, and the just the roadway, because not only is it going to be drainage, but we're probably going to have to go do a full CIP reconstruction, roadway, curb and gutter. Mm-hmm. And if we're in there, we'll coordinate with utilities for the utility replacements. So it's not just a quick project. These will be some major reconstruction projects that we're going to have to start to consider.
Tony, how much does it affect the area, you know, in terms of drainage? How many homes and square foot area? I'm just trying to, the cost.
Costs.
And resources, all of it. I'm just, as I'm sitting here, I'm like 148,000 as opposed to what are the costs and the resources that are put in when there is that kind of flooding that occurs?
So I can, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe Streets Department, our streets section, we did some French drains kind of at that intersection. And I believe those are going about $25,000 each just for material and time just to get those reconstructed. And that was probably before COVID. Mm-hmm. So those prices have changed, but they are costly, and kind of it's utilizing our street maintenance crews who are out there maintaining, do all other stuff to come back and do a 3-week project to put these drains on the ground. So it is very significant to our staff as well as the residents there that have water up to their doors.
So does it affect all of McClure and other areas and the distance that it affects? I guess I'm trying to get an idea.
So the last rain that I was out there, it went from McClure north, probably about halfway to Hoagland. I want to say, Councilor Bencomo, you can probably attest to that. It's probably to the top of the curb, yes, because it's so flat, there's nowhere for it to go, so it just builds up about 6 inches and just stays there.
Now, would ARPA and or if the federal government ever approved the infrastructure, would that be something we could consider utilizing, that money that's coming from the state?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I think it would be, and that's why we want in a hurry to get this
To be
drainage
ready.
study ready, so we have the planning and kind of the structure put together so we can go for grants that are put out there for us.
Thank you, Tony. I am concerned. I don't want to hold it up because this is super important, but I am concerned with the time frame. 2 years in terms of demolition, just what that poor neighborhood, right? You have 2 years to demolish the property. And I feel, and that was negotiated. That's what I'm hearing. And I'm concerned about those 2 years and what can happen in between the time frame.
Mayor, Councilor Gonda, just to speak on dealing with this for 2 years now.
We all
I've
have
seen
for 6 years.
I've seen just to talk a little bit about the new owner. Nothing had been done with the prior owner, obviously, but once the new owner obtained ownership, he right away put the fence, a fence around it, fenced it in, and now with just the recent damage, they told me they want to apply for that demo permit next week. If it's possible. So that's what they're planning to do. So I don't really have that same concern. I've seen the movement with them in the positive way. I believe that the owner has relatives that live in the area and use the public facilities, Benavides, so he has motivation to do that as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, if you don't mind, I also just, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, but I think just to clarify, that property where the vacant home is, that's, the city's not purchasing that property for the flooding, it's the other property. So I don't necessarily think that timeline interferes with the facility. Okay, I just.
Thank you, Councilor Bencoma. I understand that. I just know that if for all of it to work, right, it feels like 2 years seems like a long time, but if you're convinced that, yeah, you have the commitment and it sounds like it, I appreciate that you're here and really, just active in trying to mitigate the circumstances over there. I think the neighbors would be very, very grateful. So thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-124. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Corran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.5, Resolution 22-125. Need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second, Bencomo?
Motion made by Councilor Beta, seconded by Councilor Bencomo. And Amy Johnson Bassford will be presenting.
Good afternoon, sorry, let me get all my stuff off here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Amy Johnson Bassford. I am actually not going to present today. I'd like to introduce you to a member of my staff who has a great name. Her name is Amy Knoll. So 2 Amy's, both of us writing grants. She has been here since October and comes to us from the state of Louisiana. So I will let her begin the presentation.
Pardon me. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Amy Knoll, Grants and Contracts Specialist. I'm here today to present this New Mexico Department of Transportation. They issued a statewide call for projects for the fiscal year 2023 Transportation Project Fund, TPF grant program, through the MPOs. TPF grants provide 95% of total project cost with a 5% local match. These are state funds that can be applied to a variety of infrastructure project types, and the city's proposal is for a planning grant request. Our TPF proposal is for a citywide assessment project to include pedestrian safety analysis at signalized and unsignalized intersections, as well as pedestrian crossings. The goal is to develop proactive mitigation recommendations, including the need for hawk systems, locations, potential costs, and, depending on the funding awarded, prioritization based on MPO recommendations. This grant proposal has been submitted to the Mesilla Valley MPO for review. City staff will present to MPO subcommittees and their policy board in the coming weeks, and a council resolution is required to submit, and what we are here seeking today. The proposal will move through next steps in the MPO's process, and once reviewed approved, MPO will submit to NMDOT by their deadline of May 31st. Here is the proposed project cost of $2.23 million, with the NMDOT share at $2,118,500, and the city's 5% match is $111,500. As you can see, the match is from the FY22 grants match line item in Fund 1500, the hold harmless gross receipts tax. Here are your council options, and I stand for questions. Representative from Public Works, including our traffic administrator, Suguli, are available as well.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Questions? Councilor Coran, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have more of a process question. If we serve on the MPO, is there a conflict for us to vote on this? No?
No, there's
Okay.
not.
I just don't want it to be like we're voting twice on something, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, there was someone else that, yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Graham.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thanks for this great presentation. I had a similar question to Councilor Curran, so thanks for bringing that up. We have the three of us in a row here are on MPO, so we'll be looking forward to that presentation. Probably more of a public works question. Should we submit? Should we be awarded? Can you just give me a little insight as to how we'll prioritize which intersections get these really cool upgrades?
Good afternoon, Sugi Lee, Traffic Management Administrator. What we're going to do is that we're going to prioritize based on our current list. MPO, they have their own list, and then also city has their own list based on the crash data. And then also we will get the wish list from NMSU, Las Cruces Public School, and then also there's several other, the stakeholder once we receive the money. That's the game plan.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Besides councilors passing on our interactions with constituents, is there any possibility for public input in the prioritization process?
Mayor and Councilor Graham, yes, correct.
Wonderful.
We will have the public input meeting. So before we finalize the prioritization list, we will have that opportunity for the public so they can bring their, or if they wish, they can go to any public meeting. There's a 3 meeting scheduled, one for BPAC, the MPO, and then also TAC, and then also policy meeting. So there's a 3 plus our city will have our own, the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much. I remember having a conversation with Amy and David and Sarah different times about doing an assessment, and specifically for our HAWK, looking at our HAWK system and looking at our crash data and such. And so I really appreciate you diligently working through this. I know many of our community members are really concerned, and as we are, as staff is, about what's happening currently in our community. So I really appreciate the work. How competitive is the grant? And Amy, who are we competing with? And I'm sure you don't know this, but how competitive and how likely will we just get the grant? I'm sure with you writing it, we have a very high likelihood of getting it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This has been a statewide call for projects. However, the state legislator did fund this particular fund more extensively this year than they have in the past, so we're hopeful that we can get at least a good percentage of this grant award. We may get less, and that's where we talk about the prioritization of where we'll start the assessment with if we get less than the full amount that we need to do all of the areas we would like to do. MPO is very good. They are not telling us a lot about who else is applying, but I'm sure that because there has been significant outreach by the state that there are many communities that are applying. We are hopeful, though, that we will get this one.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-125. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Karam?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.6, Resolution 22-126.
Move to approve.
Motion made by Councilor Beta,
Second, Bencomo.
second by Councilor Bencomo. And Sam Balion will be discussing or presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Samuel Bailon. I'm representative from Financial Services. I am the buyer for this particular solicitation. So this project was an RFP that was put out, and this is for the landscaping and irrigation system designed for the Loman Avenue and Roadrunner Parkway medians. We have a subject matter expert, Kathy Matthews, that's sitting behind me that will be able to answer questions here in just a few minutes. Some of the basics of the RFP included that this RFP was closed on November 11th, 2021. There was 22 downloads on the system of BidNet, which we use for accepting solicitations. We did receive one responsive proposal, and that recommendation is to award Site Southwest out of Albuquerque this project. This date of award will be coinciding with approximately 1 year of service on there, so this will go through March 31st of 2023 with the ability to extend it up to 90 days in case of any kind of future complications such as a COVID-type situation. The total contract amount on this particular solicitation is going to be $203,180 plus any applicable taxes. So this is for the design and construction documents for the landscape improvements for the irrigation system that we mentioned. This one will go from Roadrunner Parkway from US 70 to Loman, and it will go from Loman Avenue from Telshore Boulevard to the Sonoma Ranch Boulevard area. And this is per the median landscapes policy that were adopted by City Council in 2018. I know in all my presentations, I like to have you guys have some pictures, so there's some pictures for you guys that you guys can see what we're going to be dealing with, and just an example of some of the infrastructure that needs to be helped along by this project. At this time, these are your council options, and we'll stand by for any questions. And if I can have Kathy Matthews come up forward, just in case that the council has any questions.
Thank you, Sam. Questions from council? Councilor Flores?
Thank you. Can you go back to that one? So that's a picture of where's that median?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, Kathy Matthews from the Parks and Recreation Department. So the median that's illustrated here in the photograph is at the triangle between where Loman and Amador split. It's just a representative median of one that actually is planted and is shaped so that it could harvest stormwater and the like. So this is, the trees are very young, of course, but it represents a landscaped median, the likes of which we'll be getting as part of this project.
Yeah, but I'd like to know what this resolution is really addressing and what will result if we vote yes or if we vote no.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, this resolution is to approve the contract with Site Southwest, who is a landscape architectural firm, for design of the unlandscaped medians on Roadrunner Parkway and Loman Avenue.
Ms. Matthews, does that include all of those unfinished, undeveloped, or whatever you call it, unlandscaped medians?
Councilor Flores, that is correct. It includes design for all of those medians.
And then what happens once we get, say we approve Site Southwest, they'll do a whole presentation, have community input, and then what happens?
Councilor Flores, I have to say at this current time, we don't have plans for community input because we do have the median landscape design criteria that were approved by council in 2018, and those give guidelines to any designers to make the landscapes per those criteria that are council approved. We can add public input, or I can give presentations, but I don't anticipate having extensive public input like we do for parks or the like, just because we have that guidance already in terms of design, and they're fairly simple and hopefully not very controversial kinds of designs.
Thank you for that answer. And after that's complete, then where do we go from there?
After that's complete, we do have some remaining budget from the state legislative funds for this project that could be used for construction, or should be used for construction. We'll have approximately $250,000 remaining of that budget. It's a fairly small budget for construction, so I don't anticipate, I mean, we will not be able to landscape all of the medians that will be designed with that budget, but we will spend that money and get some construction started with that funding.
But $250,000 will probably take care of, I'd say, one or maybe half a median. I mean, I know just those little, the median between Roadrunner Parkway and, what is it, Roadrunner or off of Golf Club Road. Well, Roadrunner Parkway and Sonoma Ranch Boulevard. I mean, you know, just to, I mean, it costs beaucoup bucks to get that. And the ones that are being contemplated here are far, 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 far larger. So really, nothing will be done for decades probably, because nothing has been done in decades. It's been 2 decades since we've been dealing with those medians. So, and I know that people have been anxious to, quote, beautify the city, unquote. A lot of people see it as a health issue, and I agree with both. It's just kind of, and this is not directed at you personally or anybody in particular, but it's certainly directed at the system we have in the city. And I don't know, you know, what the origin is, but I do know what the continuum is, and the continuum is nothing gets done. I mean, we don't, and I don't understand that part. And I mean, I wake up at night, in the middle of the night, and I'm thinking, why don't we have our median sticker? No. I do ponder upon that, and then I think what was happening in the city 20, 30 years ago. And because that's how long they've been sitting there, or maybe even longer than 30. Well, yeah, about 30 years. So I know I personally have seen them these last 20 years. So is it something I should ask Mr. Peely, or is it something, you know, when I meet with him, or I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, and this is, again, no disrespect and nothing of course, personal, Ms. Matthews, but why bother? Why bother? Why should we have $250,000, oh, here comes Ms. Sonia Delgado. And she's been present when I've been, really beat up by constituents about this. But I think my understanding was that there's been $250,000 for at least 4+ years. And then at one point, is that the same money, Ms. Delgado, that the city council at one point, several years ago, before I was on council, decided to divide it between the 6 districts? Is that the same money we're talking about?
Mayor, members of council, Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilor Flores, no. That money that we got the very first time you're speaking about was to develop medians throughout the city, and we picked medians. We have 2 phases with that one. We have city bond medians phase 1 and phase 2, and each one of those, we took medians from each district. And in your particular district were the ones that we did for Veterans Park, and then one further down the road will be in the second. This pot of money is a different pot of money that came from the state so that we could do design and then build. We did ask for the total amount from the state legislator, but we didn't get it all. This is all we have. So we're able to do design. We're going to have to find a funding source from somewhere to build medians. That has been difficult. When medians were given to Parks and Rec so that we could develop and beautify, it didn't come with a funding source. So we've been trying different things. We work very closely with grants to try and find funding sources from there. And then, of course, we do send it forward to the state.
And does it look like anything will be forthcoming from, I really don't know what happened with the special session. I don't know if the governor still has control over disbursement of money. Is there any possibility of this money coming from Santa Fe, from however it's, whatever pushed? So, yeah, do you have any idea, Ms. Delgado, whether or how we might be getting money for that?
Mayor, member of council, no, I do not know. I can't answer that question. But we will continue to look for avenues to gain resources so that we can build out those medians.
Okay, and then insofar as the history, insofar as how long it's taken to, how many requests have been put in, or how many requests for grants, or how many requests for CIP or anything like that, do you have any idea how long the city, your department, or other departments have been asking for this money? And
Mayor, members of council, Councilor Flores, that is a very good question. I can only speak for the time that I've been the director for Parks and Recreation, and we have requested funds. We have been able to get some funds, as you know, but there's still a lot of medians out there. They're very large medians. As you know, the city went through a huge growth spurt several years ago, and we haven't been able to catch up since. And so I think that's, we just definitely have to try and find some kind of funding source, but I'm not exactly sure where that's going to come from.
Okay, so then I think Ms. Matthews wanted to say something. I think to supplement something.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I just want to add a little bit to reiterate what Sonia was speaking about. We do have another funding source currently right now through the city bonds to implement phase 2. So we do have design and construction dollars through that source of funding as well as this source of funding. And I wanted to note also that by basically purchasing the design of these medians right now, we move every single one of those medians, we move forward in the process. Then we'll have a design. As soon as funding is identified to do construction, we can move right into construction on those.
So having a design, Ms. Matthews, does push the process, I mean, it helps the process or move it along, or it really does?
It really does.
If something's in place and then you make a request for funding from whatever source, it's more likely to be funded?
We have a shovel-ready project.
Oh, so, okay. But then we don't know when that shovel-ready date will come. But, okay, I think I've asked all the questions my little brain can think of. Thank you so much, Ms. Delgado, and thank you, Ms. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Actually, Sonia, sorry to have you leave. I do have a question. And I know you weren't director, I don't believe, in 2017. No. So in 2017, the city of Las Cruces passed probably the largest projects package ever. It was to the tune of $148 million. This is where we started divvying out money for all kinds of things, Roadrunner extension, money for the swimming pool, just all kinds of things. And I thought, and I see it right here, it was $1,060,000 for median landscaping, went to Parks and Recreation Department. I don't mean to put you on the spot here today, but can you look into that, please? Or can you look into that and maybe bring us back where did that money go?
I can look into it, definitely.
Please? Who knows? It could be just sitting there still.
And that was in when, 2016?
This article came out in August 7, 2017. It was something that Robert Garza put together right before he left. And I mean, immediately after that, we had orange barrels all over the place because they were fixing, it seemed like every time you turned, there was an orange barrel. But it was, hey, we're getting our streets done. And this was monies that we used the combination on a lot of things. So,
Mayor, Ms. Matthews is just telling me that was city bond phasing 1 and 2, the ones that we're currently utilizing. The ones I explained to Councilor Flores, that we had medians in each district for phase 1 and phase 2.
okay, but this said, well, no, I guess it didn't say Roadrunner Parkway, but I thought it had it.
I will double check to make sure and then send that all back.
Sure. And also, for those who are wondering how this came to be, is before 2007, that's how council would do things. They would allow developers to build their development without having to improve the medians. And it wasn't until 2009, I remember I took over in 7, and then councilors Sharon, Thomas, and Gil, and Olga. So now I had 3 more people to help me, and we pushed that through. And from that point on, that's why these new developments have medians now. But when you're trying to play catch up from years past, you don't have that money. And so, but yeah, if you could find out for us, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Any comments?
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, then, oh, yes, Commissioner Gordon. Planning and Zoning Commissioner Harvey Gordon. I am resisting everything that I can to make fun of your Commissioner Gordon.
Well, I didn't come here today as commissioner, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to change my glasses, otherwise I'm never going to be able to see what I wrote. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I have a prepared statement which I would like to read.
Commissioner, I just need you to state your name, please.
I'm sorry, my name is Harvey Gordon. I have a prepared statement which I would like to read, and some of our discussion has already been addressed in my comments, but I would like to read it anyway, just so you can hear my opinion. I have resided in Las Cruces for more than 15 years, and the comments that I'm about to make are my personal comments and not those of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I want you all to know first that I support strongly the resolution to award the contract to Site Southwest to design the medians on Loman and Roadrunner for landscaping, But I am concerned about how much area the design will cover. So just to digress from my written statement, if I had seen the backup as you have as to what the areas that will be covered, which are quite extensive for Loman and Roadrunner, I at least know now what the design will cover. And all you know is that now Loman is not landscaping from about Albertsons to Roadrunner and a small portion of Roadrunner from Loman. Now, the reason that Loman is not landscaping, like the mayor said, is when all the commercial development was done, There was no requirements in place mandated by the city for the developers to landscape the medians, and now there is nothing but dirt. The New Mexico Department of Transportation spent, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million to redo the entrances and exits off and on 25, as well as 10 to University. And I remember at that time, one of the comments I heard was that the city doing this project, this would create a beautiful entrance to the city. Now, when the project to develop the area across from Mountain View Medical Centers, of which portions of the land, including the old Las Cruces landfill, was given to an outside consultant, it was remarked that this project could and would be a jewel for the city, and I do believe it will. I have been told that the city spent around $3 million to clean and mitigate the landfill. Now that the landscaping of Loman and Roadrunner is a possibility, I hope the city can find some funds to pay for this. This was discussed. I realize the city must recoup the money spent on cleaning the old landfill, but if the city can sell some of the land, the net proceeds received could be used for the landscaping project. Now, there might be some legal and financial constraints, but if it is possible, maybe this can be considered. To summarize, I feel strongly that the view of Loman and Roadrunner represents an eyesore and an embarrassment to the city. I think when people come here, strangers or companies that come here to relocate or invest money to look what we offer, we do have commercial development, but it really is not very nice to drive up Loman and see what's there, and it's been there for a long time. So as a compromise, if nothing more than a limited effort to landscaping, which was just discussed, these roads certainly would be better off than what we have now. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, if there's no further questions, members of the public? Sam, was that it? Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-126. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is item 8.7, Resolution 22-127. Need a motion and second.
So moved.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Graham, and Delilah Walsh will be presenting. I've also been asked if Mr. Phil Simpson would also like to comment after Delilah. So he'll have 7 minutes, and then if council has any questions to ask of Mr. Graham, Mr. Simpson, then that won't count.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Delilah Walsh, Utilities Department Director. I'm here before you today to request your implementation of recommended natural gas rates in order to give your utilities team the resources we need to maintain a safe and reliable system. During our work session on February 28th, we established that we needed $1.46 million in an additional revenue requirement in order to meet the operational needs of the utility as it exists today. We also explained that we do not have the $8 million fund balance that was present when we started the test year cycle. And we established that operational expenses are in response to inflation increases. There is no development, there's no new development debt associated with it. It's not growth of the system, it's simply maintaining what we have today. The LCU board did recommend a phased implementation to take place after the emergency commodity recovery surcharge is complete with our customers. And as you remember, that's what we had to recover in order to pay the commodity costs of natural gas during Winter Storm Uri. And the resolution before you is structured based on the LCU board's recommendation. So of course you have the option to make those adjustments, and we'll discuss those a little bit later in the presentation. I'm not going to repeat everything we did during the work session, but I really want to address your concerns that you had during that session. The primary one was the impact to small businesses. in the city of Las Cruces, since that was going to be the small business rate class was the most impacted by the rate recommendation. And so what I've done is I took a snippet of a real small business. Really what it is, a small mom and pop business downtown, servicing customers, tiny shop. What would this do to their bill? So here is a snippet for a particular small business. In this particular month, they used 5 decatherms of gas. So it's up here in the top corner, top right-hand corner, 5 decatherms of gas, which thus resulted in a $66.19 bill. Part of this bill is the $8.45 ECRS. That's that URI recovery surcharge. Now, the average small business class user uses about between 15 and 17, so we'll say 16. That's a good middle number in the small business rate class. So in the next slide, I've actually included that number. But this gives you an idea of what a small business pays for gas in February. So in this slide, we're taking that small business. Here's their 5 decatherms. And in February of 2022 of this year, based on the usage, taxes, franchise fees, everything else that's associated with a gas bill, access charges, they paid $66.19. That's the bill we saw previously. Now, if we look at our medium usage businesses in that small business rate class, their bill would have been $171.91. I wanted you to see the averages too, not just that one small mom and pop. I also threw in a high usage bill, so that's going to be something like a hospital or a very, very large business. It's a high consumptive user in that rate class. Now, in pink here, this would be their current bill if we weren't recovering for URI. So this shows if URI didn't happen, we didn't have to recover those costs for that horrible February, their bill would have been $56.85, $142, $11,000 subsequently. So that just gives you a comparison. So our light yellow is an actual bill for February. Our dark yellow, if you were to implement rates after the ECRS has gone away, you can see here in year 1, that bill would have been less. By year 3, when we do full implementation, the bill's equitable. Their bill is not going to see a change. So $66.19, assuming we're done with the ECRS, assuming we do a full phase implementation, we don't phase it out over 3 years, you're going to see here the customer bills are equitable. There is no impact. So by waiting until the emergency commodity recovery surcharge is done, you're ensuring that your small businesses as well as your current customers are not going to see an increase in their bill. Again, my assumption is that franchise fees stay the same, which our franchise agreement's not coming up for negotiation with the city right now, so we know that's the same. GRT stays the same. Even the cost of gas stayed the same. And remember, cost of gas, we have no control over that. That's a commodity and a direct pass through the customer. But by delaying the rate increase, you are ensuring that this $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year, whatever that impact is of the rate change to small business, is really a net zero impact over the years. And I think that was the biggest question from the counselors, was how is it really going to affect the bottom line of our small businesses? And this is exactly how it's going to affect them. Just as a reminder, this rate increase is to address increased operational expenses, which has gone up about $1 million a year. This increase is our personnel expense. You can see that's the biggest chunk here in blue. And that has to do with the fact that we are increasing the rate of pay for City of Las Cruces employees. There are benefit costs, there are promotions. We're really keeping our repairs and maintenance at the level that we need. Our shared service expense is similar. It does go up a little bit because in shared services are things like my office, our business services office, which addresses field services and billing and customer service, as well as city offices, when we pay into the city administration for support that they provide the utility. So all those expenses are what are reflected in this revenue requirement. There is no speculation. There is no attempt to pad the books. There is no attempt to just gain more money into the system. This is what we need to operate a safe and reliable system for our current customers. So the last thing we would ever do to our ratepayers is propose a rate that is simply to generate revenue with no reason. It really is just to cover our operational expenses, which is covered by inflation. Now, during the work session, we had a really interesting discussion that we were looking at a 2021 test year. We're ending FY22, so we're starting FY23. So you know we're already 2 years behind on inflation from when we started the test year. When we implement, we'll be well into FY23, or hopefully partially into FY23, rolling into FY24, meaning we're still going to have to address inflation. We're still only asking you for the FY21 $1.46 million, but our operational expense will increase. I really love the comment that there's a discussion that just happened, because even saying $250,000 isn't much money to get things done. That's not only true in public works and for medians, it's very true when I have to buy pipe, or we have to get plumbers, or we have to have specialty equipment. To be honest, we're fighting just to get meters in for customers who need rehabs. So we have to write variances to make sure we have safe pipe in the ground. We have to, and we can get it in, that we're not on a 2-year waiting list. So everything that we're doing here is addressing those needs of FY21, but keep in mind that inflation will continue into subsequent years. In my, entire time I've been alive, there's never been negative inflation. I don't know that our country has even seen that since the 70s or even before that. But we already know the price and cost of goods is going to increase. That's a given, and that's not any different for the utility. The bottom line is, this is our need. Our very last resort is to go in and ask customers for a price increase, but the simple fact is, prices will increase on the demand or the supply side when it comes to maintaining our system. This next slide, let's talk about a little bit about the impacts of the phased-in rate increases. And so we gave you the slide. It's a lot of numbers. I asked staff to put reference numbers on the side so we can see how they add up. During our rate review, we at test year, we looked at $11.9 million worth of revenue. We anticipate with the phased in that we're going to see an additional $489,000, addition $979,000, and then finally that $1.46 million in subsequent years through a phased increase. So that gives you our new operating revenue in each phase year. Next, we're looking at operating expenses and uncollectibles. This is a very false number. This should actually grow every year, but I didn't do that. I left it the same because I'm working very hard with my staff. We're cutting in order to meet these needs now in different places and trying to find where we can trim and where we can be more efficient. But we're making an assumption that our operating expenses are going to remain the same over the next 3 years. We already know that's not going to happen. We already know prices are going to increase. We already know pipe in the ground is going to be more expensive each subsequent month at this point. We have bids. I'll give you an example. We were trying to buy some items in our warehouse, and we actually had to go by and do PO change orders, simply because by the time those items can be delivered to us, the manufacturer and the supplier said, there's no way. We can't even meet that price that we quoted you. You have to change it because of the supply chain issues. So we already know this $11 million is not fixed. It's not going to stay the same, but we're still using it for this assumption. Then we have our net revenue, what's available left for debt service. Our debt is only $288,000 a year. So again, that assumption remains flat over all these subsequent years because we're not issuing any new debt as part of this rate review process. That shows you our coverage levels for debt. And then what's left. And so what's happening here is we're telling you in this area and this area, or particular here in capital improvements, we know we need $1 million to keep our system up and running. Here we're talking about how insufficient $250,000 is for a median and for those types of landscaping efforts. All we're asking for is $1 million to keep our system safe. And so in year one, because we're doing a phased increase, We're only going to have 22,000. Year 2, an additional 500, and then year 3, we finally get to that $1 million that we need. That means, as a director, I have to defer maintenance on certain parts of our system because our revenue is insufficient. This was what we had recommended on our small commercial rate. And so you see a small change in the access charge, and then of course there's a significant change in the volumetric charge. To fully implement over the 3 years, we do get to that $2.38. In addition to this, and you'll see this line, the decarbonization rate rider, over all classes to be implemented. One option that we discussed during the work session, which is still possible today, is perhaps phasing in the access and volumetric charges, but perhaps implementing the decarbonization rider up front. So the utility can start on things like the energy transition plan, energy efficiency projects, innovative technologies, all those things that are outlined in Resolution 21-153. So that's an option for you also if you want to implement that ahead of time. What I want to emphasize here is once the ECRS is gone and these new rates take place, our customers will not see an increase in their bills. Of course, I can't speak if the natural gas prices shot up to, I don't even want to predict what that could be. Obviously, there's an impact to customer bills, but that's not something that we control. A commodity is a direct pass-through to the customer. But assuming all things stay the same, then the customer's bills do actually go down. One of the questions the mayor brought up is, what if we don't do that 30% net increase, only the 21% or something lower? What would be that net effect? And so that's what this slide does. It tells you that we're going to lose $118,000 every year for subsequent years without implementing the full rates for that small business. And Grant, if you could speak to this slide a little bit more, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Grant Rabin with NewGen Strategies and Solutions. I'm happy to be here to present to this body again. This is really just trying to identify, as the mayor had requested, what happens if we do not implement the proposal, even the phase-in of the proposal as most recently presented by staff, and do something less. These are the financial, quantification of what that means in dollars and cents to the utility. So, the phase-in itself has a financial delay to the utility. This in purple here on this slide represents additional delayed revenue recovery for the utility in the future. And if this is the approach that the council would like to pursue, my suggestion would be that there needs to be some, because we're already assuming that the utility is going to be delayed in getting the financial recovery that it really needs to properly operate the utility, that this under recovery, if it's the desire of the city council to pursue this, to be recovered from somewhere else, from other customer classes, and we can talk about what other customer classes that might be, or what their rates might need to be in order to subsidize this. But this, in my view, is an under recovery on top of an under recovery that the utility can't really afford. So some other, in my opinion, some other customer class needs to subsidize this if this is the route that the council would like to pursue.
On the residential side, what we've recommended is, because there was growth in residential customers, and we've analyzed that system through the methodology, the only increase recommended for the residential class is in the access charge. And so that's going to be a 75-cent increase in your monthly bill. But that would take place over 3 years, 25 cents each year. Again, the decarbonization rider, for the purpose of the LCU board's recommendation, that would also be phased in. But again, the council has options to do so, to make it happen all at once. And even if you implemented residential rates all at once today, we could modify the resolution. This is simply a breakdown of what the recommendation was from the Las Cruces Utilities Board. And again, this was following public input. It was following several public hearings. This was following our advisory committee. This is the final recommendation, that we have a small residential increase in the access charge, no increase to the volumetric charge, and then implementation of the decarbonization rider. You'll see the volumetric charge, as I mentioned before, in the small commercial line item is more significant because, again, we're addressing the needs as well as the system requirements to support that entire rate class. It is a significant charge, but again, without the ECRS, there is no impact to those small business bills. Same with large commercial, you see a very large charge. We go back again to the ECRS, same situation. There is no impact to those customer user bills. Industrial and irrigation and high volume customers also see increases. These again align with the system needs in order to support those customers. And not to sound repetitive, but without ECRS, there won't be any increases to those bills. So essentially, all proposed adjustments are not to grow or redevelop the system. They don't include new debt. All they're doing is addressing our operation costs in order to address maintenance, safety, resiliency, reliability, and quite frankly, just servicing your customers. And I will say, and I don't want to sound preachy, but I have 49 men and women in my natural gas utility, as well as countless support staff through the entire city of Las Cruces, who work very, very hard to provide excellent service. So much so that we are one of the literal handful of utilities in the country, publicly run utilities, who meet safety award standards, which is a very, very hard thing to do. So there's only a few, and literally you can count them on one hand, and we are one of them because of the hard work our staff does. We're not looking at raising prices in order to meet any additional speculative needs of the utility, but only to provide the excellent service that we promise to our customers today. So before you, the recommendation, of course, is that new rates not be implemented until the ECRS is complete, and we anticipate that happening sometime this summer, toward probably the beginning of the next fiscal year. You as the council have an option of adopting the board's recommendation, the LCU board's recommendation, which is a 3 years phased implementation through all the customer classes. You could do a full implementation of the decarbonization rider. You could do full implementation of all rates, which of course I would prefer, but by doing so you would have smaller, again, our customer bills won't be impacted in that sense. Or you can send us back to the drawing board, which would be probably the most devastating because we already know there's a need and we already know we've been short for years. So on that note, council action is a vote yes to approve the resolution, a vote no to approve the resolution or any phased-in option of the natural gas rates. You could vote to amend what the board has proposed, and what I mean by that is perhaps the phased-in implementation with a full implementation of the decarbonization rider, or you could vote to table it and give us some guidance on how you would like the board to address it, to come back to council. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Delilah. I'm going to see if council has any questions, and if not, then we'll have our next speaker, and then we'll open it up to the public. So any questions so far? Okay, Phil? We'll give you 7 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir, that should be plenty. Mr. Mayor, I am Phil Simpson. I appreciate your forbearance and the councilor's time to let me say a few words. What I'd like to do is first read my quick prepared statement, and then I will address some of what Director Walsh...
You want to lift that microphone just up a little bit? There you go.
Is that better? Thank you. Yes, I would like to make a few comments about the proposed increase in the natural gas rates. As the mayor and councilors probably recall, I argued at the February 28th council meeting that the financial data for 2020 and 2021 do not indicate the need for a rate increase. For example, and Director Walsh just showed this same slide again, the rate review study conducted by NewGen predicted an increase in O&M expenses of over $1 million from 2020 to 2021. This was presented on February 28th as LCU slide 13. But in reality, O&M expenses went down slightly in 2021, according to the gas profit and loss statement that the utilities presented at the November 11th, 2021 Utilities Board meeting. And that was included in slide 17 of my February 28th presentation. That was sort of in backup slides. We didn't get into that detail, but that was in the package that I believe I gave to all of you. Other information pointing to no need for a rate increase is that both operating funds and capital improvements funds balances increased in FY 2021 by a total of $6.2 million. Mr. Mayor, councilors, several of you expressed doubt about any need for a rate increase, and others expressed support for a smaller rate increase. The mayor asked to see a compromise proposal. I was happy to see Mr. Raymond present that. I'll go ahead and address that now. Mr. Raymond's math matched my math. I also did the calculations for the mayor's compromise proposal. The thing on that slide that was a little bit misleading from my point of view was the $700,000 impact. That's the rate impact total over 3 years. The annual rate impact is $347,000. I mean, that's the revenue impact. Excuse me, that's the amount that the utilities revenues would be reduced by the mayor's compromise proposal. In other words, the gas utility would receive over 75% of their requested rate increase if the mayor's compromise proposal was accepted. So we all want a safe and reliable gas system, and current revenues appear sufficient for that purpose. However, the councilors decide that additional revenue is needed by the gas utility. The mayor's compromise proposal would reduce the large impact on small businesses that would occur if the utility's full rate increase is approved, while still providing the utility more than 3/4 of its requested revenue increase. I'd also like to address the part of the Director Walsh's presentation that said that the impact on small commercial customers, that there would be no impact because the ECRS is going away. It is true that the rate increase proposed is less than the emergency rider. So in that sense, you know, the rates would not increase. However, what I would point out, though, is that the cost of gas has more than doubled in the last year and a half or so. So if you look at it from that perspective, the rates have gone up by about $3. And that's not something the utility can control, but it's not something we should ignore either when we're looking at the impact on small commercial customers. I talked with Carrie Hambling this morning, and she could not be here today, but I think that she would advocate, as she did in February 28th, that we not impact the small commercial customers further. And lastly, I would like to express my support for an immediate implementation of the decarbonization rider. I think that would give the utilities some immediate additional revenue. The impact would be small. It'd be about 50 cents on an average residential user and about $2.50 on an average small commercial user. That would give the utility some revenue that I would recommend using it for development of the utilities energy transition plan and roadmap, which I think is critically important. So I believe I've covered my comments, and I'll answer any questions whenever you have those. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Any questions, Phil? Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you both, Delilah and Phil. This question will be for both of you. Phil, maybe you first, just because, and perhaps I'll just ask bluntly instead of trying to figure out a different way to say it. I'm curious about your assessment that current revenues are enough to maintain a safe system. I mean, what's the sort of reasoning behind that? Because from where I sit on both the City Council and the Utilities Board, I'm pretty convinced that the revenues are not enough to maintain a safe system. And so I'm curious about your assessment that says otherwise.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, my assessment is based on a very thorough analysis of the gas rate review that NewGen conducted. I will say that was based on 2020 data. I've also looked at 2021 data, and that also did not really support the need for a rate increase. However, I realize that there has been inflation. I realize I don't have access to all the FY22 data. I have no reason to doubt that expenses have increased. That's why I believe that the compromise proposal is a reasonable sort of proposal. Like I said, it would give the utility more than 3/4 of the rate increase they asked for, which I think, and it would cap the impact on small commercial customers and limit that impact to 21% per month. So I think that's a reasonable compromise. So the short answer is, I don't have data that shows a need for a rate increase, but I can't dispute that there may be a need based on FY22 data.
Did you, in your analysis, did you take into consideration exactly the last year increases in personnel, both in the hourly wage increase and also the insurance costs? Even though it ended up being cheaper, a lot more people signed up for healthcare benefits. And so was that something you took into consideration?
I believe that was part of the NewGen analysis, the FY22.
Yeah, so those just went into effect.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Those just went into effect this year, which is the end of this fiscal year, of course, but both the increase, both the healthcare and the wages went into effect.
Yes,
January?
there were. Yes, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, there were large increases in the test year that showed that was the main cause of the projected $10 million to $11 million increase between FY 2020 and the test year. However, that increase did not occur in FY 21 as was predicted. So maybe it has occurred in FY 22, and I just haven't seen that data yet.
Yeah, Mayor, yes, I would like to hear from Delilah on that matter.
I do want to address that question. So, number one, in the FY21 test year, the reason personnel costs were lower was because we had so many vacancies, and we were replacing those with temporary employees, as well as outside plumbers and outside consultants. But when we did the analysis, we assumed full staff and took away those expenses for temp employees and outside plumbers. So we said, well, we can't just say we're always going to be short or we're always going to need that. So we corrected it in the test year. But that did not reflect our recent FY22 increases, nor did it reflect our fund balances today. So, and that's why we had this slide just ready in the appendix. The test year, the FY21, we had 8.9 million in our adjusted total expenditures, and that's what we were looking at as fund balances. And, oops, I'll let Dominique explain this one, because I have it backwards, don't I? Go ahead.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Dominique Rodriguez. So the test year was fiscal year 2020, not 2021. So she just kind of had that backed up. So in 2021, this is the audited fund balance that we have here. This kind of just shows the progression from 2021 to 2022. We did have, of course, our cost of gas expense went up. That was due to Storm Uri. We had to pay those invoices in 2021. The gas utility in the Fund 5200, which is their operating fund, did not have the cash available on hand to pay their invoices. And so what we had to do was do an internal loan from solid waste, and we handle that the same as we do debt service. So it comes with an amortization schedule, interest and payments. And so the gas utility will have to pay back the solid waste utility because they did not have enough cash to pay those invoices. You can see here from fiscal year, so the pink is original budget. That's what we used to create the budget. Those were very preliminary numbers at the time. Then you get into the revised beginning balances. That is after the audit is complete and as we have gone through the year to see where we're at actually. And you can see those the increase in adjusted total expenditures. Sorry, I don't know why I'm using my pen here when you can't see. My apologies. Here, the 8.9, it grew. So in 2022, our operating expenses today is $13.8 million. We back out the cost of gas because it is a pass-through, but this accounts for those increases to personnel that just happened. This also includes regulatory expenses that have gone up that the gas has to adhere to, and then also costs in materials and labors that the gas utility pays for out of their operating fund. This does also show other operating funds. So below you'll see gas improvement fund. Again, we have paid invoices. We've made progress throughout the year. Our beginning fund balance did start at 9.8, and that's because some of our projects were delayed in timing and invoicing, and so we had to carry over, your ending for the month. If you're doing your checkbook, because I still do, it becomes your beginning for the new month. And so that's what happened here, and then we true it up in that revised beginning, and you can see that it dropped to 1.6. So at this point, we have some rehabilitation projects that we had outlined that we're able to do, but basically it's just paying POs that have rolled over because some of our construction projects are multi-year, okay? Then you get to the bottom one, the Fund 5260 is our equipment fund. So that's where we purchase our vehicles and equipment. That has also decreased over the years. We are seeing a lag in getting our vehicles and equipment, and so again, we are really just rolling over POs to make those payments. The gas utility does not have funds today to transfer to the capital improvement fund, nor for vehicle replacement. So it is just paying POs that are outstanding, nothing new.
Thank you, Dominique. And then just to go, that was a great explanation, thank you. But just to go back to the question about personnel and health costs, those were not included in the new gen.
That is correct. Okay. Not the latest ones. And I'll just be frank with you all. If I could operate the utility safely and do everything that I need to do and give my employees the support and the equipment they need with 75% of what I'm asking, I would have asked you for 75% of 1.46 million. There is no cushioning, there's no padding, thank you, Mr. Simpson, for your analysis. We've met with the Green Chamber and even with the mayor, and we removed the new debt. We agreed not to implement this in economic recovery. We agreed there would be no line extensions included with this rate. We brought it down to the absolute need of what I need to support my staff and operate this utility. That's the bottom line, really.
Thanks, Delilah. Can you go back to the slide where you have the 21% option with the, oops. Yes, okay. So on a year-to-year basis, you're saying that the loss of revenue would be 118,000, right?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Bencomo, that's correct. It's 118,000, and then of course there is a cumulative effect.
Okay, right. What can you talk about what that for like next year? What does that mean? And then for year 2, what does that mean in terms of operation?
Fair enough. And this is Grant Raven Nugent. Again, just to make 100% clear what we're looking at on the screen, the $118,000 is the revenue impact phasing of this proposal in the first year. But as Mr. Simpson pointed out, by year 2, by year 3, we're getting further behind. And so at the end of the third year, on an annual basis, if we assume that the rates that ultimately get adopted look like this compromise suggested by the mayor, then every year there'll be $350,000 short of what we identified the need is. So that 350 is the annualized amount. In the first year, it's a little less because the difference between the phase-in is a little bit smaller. But $350,000 a year would be the annual, going forward annual amount that they would be short. And the only other thing I'll just point out is, I know we're calling this or referring to this as the compromise, but from my way of looking at it, the utility initially asked for something more significant than this and made cuts to the line extension programs, the proposed new debt, and in my view, took it down to the bone in terms of what they could do with, including phasing this in over 3 years and delaying the recovery that I view as them truly needing. So that already in of itself, as proposed by staff, is already, in my view, the compromise. This is another option, but again, in my view, this option, because you're already underfunding the utility, in my view, this particular option, in my view, would need to come with some subsidy from somebody else helping fill this $350,000 per year hole that is being accommodated to the small commercial class.
Yes, thank you. That leads to my next question. And maybe this is more for EFO, for city manager, in terms of, have you met with Delilah to discuss this option? And if this is the will of the council, because it is uncertain times still. At the end of the day, it is really uncertain times, and I feel like even gas is unstable right now, right? Like, who knows what happens, right? And so I feel both your uncertainty, Delilah, and the communities, and so I'm just trying to balance all of that, but I am curious, Ifo, if you've met with Delilah to discuss where the rest of this revenue would come from. That, to me, is not from residential class. I do not support the residential class subsidizing that revenue loss, and so, yeah, that's my question.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor. Yes, Delilah and I have met at length on this study and these different options. The bottom line is there really isn't an alternative. So if you don't pull it from the small business, which again, this isn't about trying to see who can handle it or who can't. But if we were to look at that and put the burden somewhere else, you would have to look toward the residents. Mm-hmm. And that's absolutely the thing I think the council does not want to do, is to burden the residents with this. When we look at other sources, we would have to come back to the general fund and find another way to subsidize this. And while I have the mic here, just as Mr. Simpson mentioned, the fund balance as the reason for not recommending this increase. When you do a rate study, to have the fund balance as a reason is not a very good way to look at it. First of all, fund balance is not cash, right? We have a modified accrual way of accounting that doesn't include just cash. Second of all, your rate study has to include expenses and revenues. And if you use fund balance as a way to fund your utility, it's very bad management. And so at this point, when you make the decision, any compromise we make, it's going to take away from one of the groups And this proposal reflects the group, according to the study, that has that burden of it. And so we're not trying to burden a specific group. We're trying to figure out who should be, how we should appropriate the expenses according to their usage on the system. And so, again, to answer your question, Councilor, it would have to come from another group, or probably the general fund or some other fund that does not apply to the enterprise fund.
Okay, thank you, Ifo. And I just have one more question, I'll pass it over to my colleagues. What is the audit process like for something like this? Like, is that Viola? She's usually over there, she's not there today. Do the utilities have its own audit process, right? So that people feel that this is transparent, there's nothing hiding behind the curtain type of situation.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. So we don't have an outside auditor come in. We do publish everything outright to the public. And so our staff reviews it. There's even items we'll go in with our consultant and say, you know, we don't think that's valid, or we don't think, because it's a very complex process, but in the terms of the way regulations work, we can only account for known and measurable changes. So we can't speculate, we can't say we think this is what's going to happen, we can't say, well, you know, the cost of pipe is going to increase 20%. We can't use those kind of assumptions. It has to be known and measurable. So we know that there's going to be at least a 2.5 to a 15% increase in personal expenses based on insurances and things like that. We know that if we have to replace a piece of infrastructure, we actually do full PSRs to get those estimates for it. But there's no outside audit. But during the public comment, we do provide all the information necessary for anybody who wants to intervene or who wants to ask questions. And we'll send out that information. In a more distinct regulatory process, like with the PRC, there's actual hearings and you have to have attorneys and things like that. That's not how ours works. It's just a review. But what we look at is what we know and what we can measure. That's why we use a test year. This is the actual expenses and the actual numbers and the actual fund balances. And even speaking back to fund balances, I can't just have a fund balance of $1 million. That's enough for me to maybe meet payroll, and we're not there yet. I have to save up a little bit of money every year before I can do a project, because there is no project I can do for $100,000. It just doesn't exist today. So it's a very complex process, but it's a very open process. Like everything that we have here is the actual money we spent in the actual test year. So I don't know if that helps, but we don't have an outside audit process. We have the public hearing process.
Thanks, Delilah. Yeah, that's all I'll say. I think, you know, this feels like one of the hardest decisions I've certainly had to make while on the council. But to me, honestly, the risk of not fully funding the gas utility feels significant. It feels very risky to not do that. And I think there's definitely been a lot of compromise already from the utility. So, you know, I will be supporting as the proposal came from the board. And Mayor, I'll let my colleagues talk, but I would like to propose an amendment to fund the decarb rider fully immediately and not phase it out in 3 years, but I'll do that at the end. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilor. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to address the audit, the utilities does fund an internal audit position, so one of our internal auditors is assigned there, although it's not limited to that one internal auditor. If there is a need, we will extend it to the rest of the auditors. It's also, the utilities are also included in our annual risk assessment, so our external auditors also look at it, but our internal audit, as part of the risk assessment, will look at utilities as well.
Councilor Abeta.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Delilah. Can we go back to the slide that had the mock-up of the, yes.
Oops.
Thank you. And I'm curious, during the storm rider, have you had many businesses approach you about needing utility assistance?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeta, we no longer provide business assistance under that. I can tell you we have about 200 delinquent customers on the commercial side, which is about 8% of our total commercial customer package. And then our residential delinquency runs around 5 to 6% right now. And we're working with them on utility assistance. However, when I say they're not delinquent months and months and months and months. This could be, typically it's around 60 to 90 days, but we still work with them on promise to pay plans. So eventually they do pay the bill, we just break it out over a long-term payment solution. So typically what we see is they'll have a very high bill in the winter, especially those that are weather dependent, and then we'll work with them to spread out that bill during the summer months. So we do promise to pay plans more with our commercial side. The actual assistance where they get subsidized, we don't offer that to businesses anymore. Only, we did that during COVID and we assisted hundreds of businesses to keep them open. But right now we do not.
And did you see an increase in that percentage of the payment plans to those commercial since you implemented that rider?
Joe, I'm looking at Joe Plodovencio, I'm sorry. Tiny, it was a hiccup increase. COVID was where we saw a lot of that need. I mean, when they were actually shut down, still had to keep their facilities running, that's when we saw the need. But in today's world, compared to that COVID year, it's nothing. I mean, I think we were close to 13 to 15% of our businesses were delinquent during COVID. So we're getting better on our total delinquencies.
Okay, thank you. And I just bring that up as we're looking at these numbers here to see that the rider is very near that year 3 mark. And so it seems to me like we wouldn't see a huge shift from what you're seeing now.
Correct.
And I agree with my colleague, Councilor Bencomo, that this is an area that has a lot of weight to it. And, you know, utilities are an integral part of our daily system, and our gas utilities can be highly volatile. And I'm sure on a public safety standpoint, we want to make sure that we're also fully funding to make sure we can have any of that remediation, fix up personnel to attend any sort of issue right away. And that is a long-term investment. When is the last time we had an increase?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, Councilor Beta, sorry, I have commissioners. It was 11 years ago.
And what's usually standard?
Right now, our current resolution from the Las Cruces Utility Boards is for us to review every 4 years.
And so this is, I think, also an area, it feels very heavy to have to make these decisions. And I know during our term, we've had to increase a lot of items, but we're seeing that consistent pattern where it was apparently not industry standards, where we weren't making those increases in timely manner. So we didn't have to make a large increase all at once. And so now here we are. And even if we do some of this, we're not going to get to full solvency, but we have to make these decisions now because the situation is only going to get worse. So I do support, and I do want to make sure, I mean, I think there has to be a balance. I think you've worked with the different industries in making sure to cut down any unnecessary excess. But at the end of the day, you have to still have that safety measure, and that's why we need to make sure that we are fully funding that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Graham.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who has presented. Delilah, can you please go to the slide? I think it's maybe a slide or two before this one that showed. Oops. Oh, I guess not. There we go. So obviously personnel increases, and as we indicated, the test year and the studies did not reflect the fact that city pay was going to increase substantially. So a lot of what you are trying to absorb is those increased salaries. And I think you also mentioned that the test year reflected a time of a lot of vacancies. That's correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Graham, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so just from personal experience, I've been in a lot of organizations where we lost a lot of people. Everyone pulls together, you do the skeleton crew thing for a while, you make it work because you have to make it work, and then you make it work so long and so well that someone comes in and said, oh, well, maybe you don't even need that many people. And I just want to say that that's untenable for safety and also for the morale and recruitment of your current workforce. And that leads to the second part of the question. Can you just share with us a bit the challenges that you've had in utilities with both attracting and retaining employees over the last couple of years?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that, Councilor Graham. It's funny, not funny, but I have an older department because I have a high-skilled set that needs to be available in those departments. We have to have licensed plumbers. I think in New Mexico, there's less than 400 licensed journeyman plumbers in the entire state of New Mexico. And I have to have them for field services. And I have to have them for gas services, and I have to have them for water production and for water delivery and for water cleaning. So we have a very highly technical staff, and it has been challenging. And to that, I really want to thank the city manager, as well as the council, as well as our budget office, and everybody who worked hard to make that change in our salary scales, because we're finally being able to recruit. And I can tell you, I had a gas plumbing position open for 2 years and not a single qualified applicant. We had to reclassify to a lower rate and then hire an outside plumber in order to get a person in the field as well as get the services that we need. So those have been a challenge, especially for technical staff. I was talking to one of our, actually it was to our natural gas deputy director, and we were talking about we all have a lot of gray hair around here because we have a more experienced staff, and it's hard to recruit. It really is difficult to recruit for highly technical positions. However, I've got a very creative staff who's doing a lot in internship and employee development and training and development to pretty much grow our own, and that's what we're trying to do today. So it is challenging, so thank you very much to the council for changing that in order for us to be able to recruit, because I am seeing a huge difference between recruiting this month and recruiting last year at the same time. And so the pay does make a difference.
Right. Thank you. That's enlightening. But yeah, we do have to pay for it. Mm-hmm. And I'm so delighted with how we've come along with the pay scale, with how we're being more supportive of employee insurance. And yeah, this is a grueling decision. I mean, and I'm a consumer too. Nobody wants to pay more for things, and it's really hard sitting up here and having to make this decision. But I think this is probably the crux of my thinking. It's the personnel, it's our workforce, mm-hmm. It's safety, but it's also people, and it's what we're asking you to do with the money that is allocated to you, and in a much higher than usual set of circumstances. So also adding support to the decarb amendment, so just getting that out there. And that's all my questions.
I think there's a couple people here that may want to speak. Can you show hands that are here to want to comment? Oh, I thought there were. Oh, on this issue right here? Oh, okay. Okay, well, I have to tell you that, and I appreciate very much, Delilah, for you and your team for bringing, because I just wanted to see what it would look like if we had, if we were to do, instead of 10%, 7%. Mm-hmm. But I have to give you credit, and you and your team did a very good job of explaining. And Mr. Simpson, I want to tell you, I really appreciate you as just a member of the public who feels, and you're just trying to do your best and trying to help us. But in the end, I'm going to have to go. Of course, we have to support our team from EFO and Delilah. And but I can't thank you enough for you taking the time. And I'm sure it was a lot of work to put this through. But I do have one quick question. So on that decarbonization rider, is it 5 cents a year? Is it a total of 15 cents, or is it 30 cents? It seemed like 5, 10, and then 15. Can you clarify that, please?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's a total of 15 cents. So we were proposing 5 cents a year, or if you amend it, it would be one 15-cent shot.
Oh, okay. So you want to just rip the Band-Aid off?
Mayor, yes, but for a good cause, because it will pay for the energy transition plan. I just want to make that very clear.
Mm-hmm. No, I support that. That's fine. 15 cents, okay. Any other further comments? Members of the board? Can you come forward, sir? Yeah, I need you to come to the podium, please.
Oh, I just had a question about that.
Yeah, I know, but can you just hold off talking because we got to get you on the record? Yeah, okay. I just need you to state your name, and we'll give you 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, it's Martin Lopez. If you could pull up that chart that was up before. I had a question about the gray and the orange, the repair, maintenance, and other operating expenses. Wouldn't that be the same? Wouldn't that be the same thing is my question?
Oh, okay. I can answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor and councilors, repair, maintenance, and operating expenses are not the same. Repairs and maintenance are when we get the call-outs. We have to go in and we have to put in a saddle, or we have a hit on the line, or it's our regular, we do surveys. My staff is driving those lines and reg stations every single day. So there's costs associated when they identify something, when our sniffer truck identifies something, all that monitoring that we're doing all day long, that's repair and maintenance. Operations is everything else. So everything to run the business, essentially, if that helps. So it's not the big stuff. It's just operating expenses, which I hope that helps. It's a plethora of items associated, for everything from safety training to regulatory compliance.
Okay, so Councilor Bencomo, did you want to do your amendment?
Sure, Mayor. I would like to propose an amendment to move forward with the proposed rate increase, only having the decarb rider fully implemented in year 1.
To the amount of 15 cents?
Yes,
Per decatherm.
per decatherm.
You don't think we can do that? We're discussing whether or not you can do that. Yes, Sifo?
That might have to go to, back to utilities because I guess it's part of the policy or process, so it has to do with the rate itself.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're on that board, right?
Yeah, yes, and, Delilah gave the board a presentation just last week on what was happening today. So they are aware of this option happening today. That this was a possible option for today's meeting. I should say we.
Sorry, Mayor, City Council, I'm not sure if it's part of the packet, Delilah, the decarbonization part. That's where the concern is.
It is.
Okay.
Are we 100% sure?
Yeah. And Mr. Mayor and Christine and Jennifer and Ifo, I would imagine any action today, you're still meeting the board's recommendation, which is by the end of year 3, you have 15 cents per decatherm. You're just doing it up front. So you're still meeting the needs of the LCU board. Is by the end of year 3, we're meeting the 15 cents per decatherm.
Was today's presentation going to ask for 5 cents on the decarbonization?
Yes, sir. We just left it as the recommendation.
So, I mean, we're going from 5 cents to 15 cents. Well, let's just see what legal has to say. Did you have any comments, Phil?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the immediate rise in the decarbonization rider is not in the agenda packet because I've looked at that fairly thoroughly. So that's sort of a legal decision whether it needs to go back to the Utilities Board. I'd also just like to say I do appreciate very much the utilities work in taking the gas line extension costs out of the rate increase. And I think that is a victory for all of Las Cruces. We have a slight disagreement in terms of the revenue requirements, but I am very happy that the gas line extensions have been killed both for the revenue requirements and the rate increase impact, which is great to reduce those rates on customers, and even more for the carbon impact and the fact that we're not building additional infrastructure that's going to be around for decades. Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you, Mr. Simpson,
And
for...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. We did get a answer. It's not included in the resolution, only the rates, only because we can do the decarbonization rider in the tariffs. And so, Joe, do you want to explain what that have to sound like?
Yes.
Wherein you would implement the rates in the 3-phase, and then we would add the decarbonization rider in the tariff process. So right. Explain that.
The entire, Jose Provencio, Deputy Director of Business Services, the entire package in front of you seeks for authorization for the increase for base rate charges, access charge and volumetric charge, and the commodity charge as it's coming in every month. The rate rider is a rider. So with the approval by commission, with the amendment to bring in and effectively start the decarbonization rider at year 1, it's just a change in the rate design package that will be submitted to the board for approval. So the 3-year phased-in charges will be stated for approval by the board, as you saw in the slides. Year 1, year 2, year 3 of the base rate charges. The decarbonization rider, instead of it being what it would be in terms to comply with the amendment, it starts at year 1 and continues through, the next 2 years, following subsequent years, at 15 cents per decaton. The compliance for the approval, as well as for the implementation of the charges and the rider, it would be facilitated before the board as they approve the individual rate charges for the next 3 years.
Mayor, yes, and maybe City Clerk Rivera, the decarb rider is part of that gas increase, and I'm asking to amend instead of 3 years to be implemented in 1 year. And of course, I wouldn't have to make an amendment if that would have been included in the packet.
Correct. And Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and Christine, and Councilor Bencomo, I apologize. I caused the confusion. So the resolution presented is only for the rates, the base rates. So what would happen today is you would approve the resolution as it was presented to date, with direction to the LCU board to implement the decarbonization rate rider with the new rates in full. And I'll give you an example. Whenever we put in the legal rate rider for water, so if we're in water litigation, for example, it's the LCU board that adds that rider. We tell you it's costing us $500,000 in legal in order to fight for water rights or purchase water rights, and so the board, the LCU board, implements that rider in order to recover those legal costs. The same is true for the decarbonization rider. For the purpose of our presentations, we did include it because we wanted you to see the true cost that's going to be impacted by the bills. And so what this resolution includes today is the rates, the access fee that we presented, as well as the pass-through of the commodity from what we pay, that's what the customer pays. And then your directive would be to the LCU board to fully implement the decarbonization rider when they pass the tariffs, because that's what happens is your approval comes forward, it goes back to the LCU board, they approve the tariff sheets, and then we apply it to the bills at the date when the ECRS is done. So your direction to the board would be approving the rates with the directive to implement a full phase of a full implementation of the decarb rider with the first phase implementation.
Delilah, let me throw something else out. So we're going to have a work session next Monday. What if we just, a part of the work session, we have a mini city council action board and we approve it? That way there it's on record, we have a vote, and it's not a direction of staff. Would that work out better, Jennifer? That way there we can advertise it, because I don't think it's going to be done. And I think 1 week is not going to hurt you, right?
No.
I'm just unclear about procedure. I guess I'm hearing you say that anytime there's an amendment, we would have to table a ordinance resolution because the amendment wasn't in the packet, but that's the point of the amendment.
Mayor and Council, no, it's just for the rate, because the rate has to be approved by the Utilities Board. So, but what Delilah just said is correct. So you don't have to make an amendment based on the information that she just gave. because the rider is part of the tariff, and that can be done at a later time. It does not need to be part of an amendment.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be an amendment, but it needs to be guidance?
Correct.
Where,
And
how?
So to Mr. Mayor's recommendation, I would say go ahead and approve the rates today, and then, like you said, a mini action item in the work session for the decarbonization directive. Like make that an actual action item, or we could do it at your next regular meeting because we can't even implement these until after the ECRS. So we have time.
Okay.
And if you'd like to have clear action, that way the LCU board knows council is making on the record action to implement the decarb rider within the first phase, then we can make that an action item in a regular meeting if necessary. It's not necessary, but if you'd like it on record, we can do that.
I'm okay with our next regular meeting to give our city clerk Rivera ample time to include that in our packet. But as long as that's okay, and I just want to be clear with the public that the decarb rider is so that we can fund an energy transition plan that will really plan out the next few decades of our energy transition away from gas. And so it's actually really critical piece in this puzzle. Thanks, Mayor. I guess I remove my amendment.
I don't think you made a,
Okay,
oh, you
great.
did? Did she? She make a motion?
No, oh, no one did.
Yeah.
First, but no one second.
Yeah, she was stopped. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, well, if there's nothing further, then we're back to the main question.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-127. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you again, everyone, for your presentation. And again, we appreciate all the time and effort to put in it, both from city staff, utilities, and you, Mr. Simpson. Appreciate it very much. Okay, next is board appointments. Looks like Mary Ann Hendrickson, District 6 appointment to the Library Advisory Board. And then to the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Committee, Isaac Taylor Wise, which is a new appointment. I'll need a motion and a second for this one.
So moved, Graham.
Seconded, Corin.
See, motion by Graham, and I'm sorry, second by who? Corin.
Corin.
Okay. Okay, if nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Isaac Taylor Wise to ADA Committee. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Advisory Board, Heather Reed, which is a new appointment. Need a motion second.
So moved. Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Graham. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Heather Reed to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Coran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next is notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Council may ask staff for clarification. So that's 10.1, Council Bill number 22-022, ordinance number 3000.
Bring it forward, please.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. And next one, Council number 10.2, Council Bill number 22-023, ordinance number 3001.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay, next is City Council member board reports and comment. I think what I'll do is I'll revise my, instead of saying about June 1st as far as vehicles, I'll go July 1st. That'll be the beginning of the fiscal year. So if staff buys vehicles, about, I won't be supporting it if it's anything after July 1. Initially, I said June 1, but I think this gives staff just a little bit more time because it's a big deal to put that together. And then the second thing is, this is a long shot, but there was a gentleman, out of Las Vegas. You know, I read a lot of newspapers, and so this morning I noticed where the Chavez Board of County Planning and Zoning did not allow Synergy Power to build community solar. So then he appealed it to the Board of County Commissioners, and they upheld it. So thanks to Annette, she was able to contact the community development over there, and we got the phone number, so I've texted him. So we'll see if we can bring him down here. I mean, if they don't want him, we'll bring it over here. So looks like they're willing to spend a lot of money, but I guess it's just the wrong part. Okay, so we'll see. Keep you, and then once I hear of that, I'll just give it to Rifo and his team. I'll let them follow it up from there. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I would support you, but I'd also like to work on a resolution to bring the electrification of, or the purchase of electric vehicles. I know that Councilor Sorg put that, but I don't remember very specifically that we had a deadline date, and I think having a resolution to support that would probably help in this matter, so I'd like to do that.
May I add to what you said?
That's it? You're finished?
No, I have a list of things, but.
No, I did speak with Councilor Sorg, and we did have, as you say, a resolution specific, and we're already up to that date. Nothing has been done, so, yeah. And we can get Christine to dig up the old resolution, but we've done, yeah. So thank you.
If we have a resolution, it'd be nice for Christine to find it and send it, and we can look at it. Okay. I also am in support, attended a Community in the Schools meeting. There was some funding placed for community schools in the tune of $50,000. I'm in support of that, and that's all I'll say, and allow Vice Chair and Councilor Graham to say more about that, because that was what we discussed last week. Thank you for the resolution that was brought forward related to the assessment specific to the Hawk system and just the whole idea of complete streets and pedestrian fatalities and crashes in hot spots. I think this is going to be excellent, and it will help really identify those hot spots in our community that are having issues with maybe incomplete streets and or improper lighting, those kinds of things that add to the fatalities and pedestrian crashes. I wanted to talk specifically about Wanda Bowman's comments this afternoon related to the homeless. And, you know, I've been thinking a lot about this and working on it for some time. I know that councilors and mayor were all getting a slew of emails related to the homeless and the concerns, and maybe specifically that are homeless are getting a population are getting a bad rap, like they're responsible for all the crime and whatnot. And I feel we need to be very careful. You mentioned, Mayor, about not, criminalizing homelessness, that many of us on council do not want to do that. But I got to really thinking about what process does council have without rolling quorum to address these issues in the most specific and appropriate way. We have foundationally policy review committees, but we don't all sit in one policy review committee. And so, like, how are we feeding information to each other so that we're getting the best, right? That we have a better, robust system, that we're communicating effectively, other than what's happening here in council. And so I'm proposing that staff, maybe Carla, Ifo, that we talk about how council is going to specifically address these issues that are coming up regularly. Like, I don't know that Councilor Curran is getting 50 emails about any given things specifically, and how are we addressing those issues in a very meaningful way. And other than having conversations with EFO, I don't know what you all are having conversations, the types of things you're having conversations with. So I feel like we need to increase our communication with the public related to this. I mean, there's just so much that we're doing as a council related to our homeless population and how we fund our community of hope and that campus and various things. So I'm asking that we use more press releases and radio and TV interviews with the various organizations so that the public understands that this is an issue. If they have an issue, that this is who on staff is going to be discussing these things. And then that we bring this up at Health Policy Review Committee. I'm thinking is probably the more appropriate policy review committee, and that we have work sessions and such regularly to address that. And then I'll say lastly, as I mentioned earlier, Councilor Bencomo and I have been talking about bringing our faith organizations to include our nonprofits and others to address these issues. And so again, I just feel like we need to have a more appropriate process that all of us can be aware of and know how we field information without a rolling quorum. I wanted to also talk, I know we've experienced some violence this weekend, very unfortunate. I know that I've received several calls about how the length of time that it's taken PD and our PIO to respond to the community or media as it relates to one specific action. I know that there was another shooting at the family on and or about Family Dollar Store on my street, Mayor, in Juniper. I didn't hear anything about that, but saw all the caution tape, and both Solano headed west was blocked off for basically all day. And so I'm asking that we have a better way of communicating to the public, and that might mean, Mayor, that you or others are doing press conferences related to the issues, because I think our public deserves to know in a timely fashion what's going on, and know that we're working quickly and accordingly to address these issues. I'm also asking for restrooms at Apodaca Park. When I say restrooms, I mean porta potties, and to address the concerns of our disabled veterans that attend pickleball there, and what sort of plans do we have to make it ADA? And then lastly, I'm wondering, while we're waiting for the process with ARPA, if we can address immediate issues financially through Telsure Fund, with a distribution of Telsure funding to address food, rapid rehousing, domestic violence issues, issues that I think are really plaguing our city currently. I know, Councilor Bencomo, you've talked a lot about just this money that's on the table, waiting, and meanwhile our nonprofits are working so hard to address the issues related to the pandemic. And so I'd like to see us look at issuing out some funding in the interim that will address, I think, some of these issues. And then lastly, I had a meeting with La Casa and IFO. We had talked about bringing David Mandel specifically to train up not only law enforcement, but our staff and community on domestic violence. And we found Children, Youth, and Families Department will be paying for that. And so the city doesn't have to pay, but we just have to provide, I think, staff, law enforcement and whatnot, and we're looking maybe during the summer or in October. And so as I'm as I'm working with the La Casa staff, and I will definitely keep you up to date about that. And then I mentioned both La Casa and Community of Hope in my discussions in this last week with them are very concerned about the level of violence that has increased on their campus, and so much so that they are really feeling their safety is in jeopardy. They talked about the amount of security that they're needing to have and what the costs are related to that, and not having the money to be able to have the necessary security to feel safe in providing the services that they provide both at Camp Hope but also at our DV shelter. And so I really would like to look at providing that for them, and if we don't have cameras up at La Casa, that we need to help and do that. So that we can help maintain, obviously, the integrity and the privacy of the women that are at that center, because of violent incidences. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I guess the chief left. So I'm sorry, there's no more comment. Yeah. So as far as the homelessness, I think that I appreciate what you're saying, and I would like, if anything, just to start small, and that is, there's times where I see our residents driving on the sidewalk with their cart, their electric cart, and then there are some that are homeless that are parked there, and fortunately they can go around. But what if that time comes and they can't go around? And so I think that if we start at least with that, and now if the owners want to let them live there or stay there, well, okay, that's their prerogative. But I think that that's where, if we have some other property that we can take them to near Camp Hope, I mean, there's food there, there's restrooms there, there's showers, there's everything there, and I think that that is probably at least a little bit of a beginning. So this.
Mayor, if I may, we did talk about at the public safety meeting about clearing that brewer's oil, and very gently recommending people to move over to that area. A lot of when you talk to Nicole, these are folks that have great difficulty following rules because they have co-occurring, like substance abuse addiction and mental health, serious mental illness. I think we're missing sort of the services for that population. And so Eva and I have been talking, I know he's had some meetings, and he probably will need to update me about his last meeting on Friday with Nicole. I know that some of the folk, our tenants, if you will, at Camp Hope are not in agreement. I don't know that they're as supportive about that. They're very concerned about that particular option. And I agree with you, we have to start small, but we have to do something. And I've been a social worker in this community a long time. In my assessment, we're missing a portion of the system that doesn't address this particular population. I know it's easy, like we have all these things at the campus, but that's not addressing their need. What they have there now isn't addressing their need. And so we have to think differently about how we address that particular cohort. And I want to continue to say that we have to have a compassionate way of addressing this issue. I've talked to many businesses, and they've emailed me, they've called me, I've called them. They're very concerned. But I know you're having a meeting. I don't know what that meeting is about, but I'm super concerned that some of the businesses, have an idea that just ship them out. We don't want to deal with them. I hope that's not the case, and I hope that that's not what you're agreeing to or recommending. I think, again, I know that everybody from residents to businesses are having a really tough time about this issue specifically. But I don't think that we're working smartly to let the public know just how much money we have put in that campus and what we want to continue to do to meet the need. And so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem, but no, absolutely not. In fact, it'd be somewhat refreshing to hear some of the comments. They don't want to criminalize homelessness. They just don't want for them to feel that, that they don't feel safe at their own residence and their own business, and that's not right, so. Okay, and then you said about PIO, well, I probably get the same information as you, so I don't have anything to do press conferences. I'm a little hesitant to do that because I don't want to say anything that could compromise the case, but I would prefer that, I don't know, go back to the way it used to be. You know, that we didn't seem to have that problem back then. And then the last thing is, I thought maybe if we could have, for now, small steps, certain areas, whether it's downtown, the businesses, because that's where we get a lot of, and then El Paseo, and then we hire more security guards, unarmed, just to be able to be eyes and ears for police, and then they can notify them if they see something, then they say something. And then also allow businesses, if they choose to, strictly voluntary, if they want to set up their cameras so that the securities can help monitor it as well. I mean, it's just being able to use technology on our side to help, and then that might be something to think about. And so I think we really need to have a work session on this again.
I agree, Mayor.
Yeah, and so I'm just trying to solicit opinions from these individuals. And so, yeah, it's actually very, very refreshing to hear, and it's good.
No, I thank you. And again, we have our victim advocate group that I think could be so helpful, in our Las Cruces Cares that could also be helpful to really address sort of what the issues, what businesses are having to address. My heart goes out to them. We want to be both from the business and residential. We don't want people walking around feeling unsafe in their neighborhoods, and I think that's what's happening. But I also think we have some good programming. We just need to communicate more effectively and know how to utilize the programming we already have.
The good thing, I'm kind of smiling, the good thing is for you all is they think it's my fault. They think that I can just wave a magic wand and just get it done. And I can't. It's my fault? No. Well, I guess they're playing that then, so, okay. I tell them, no, it's Councilor Flotus's fault. Councilor Flotus, you're up.
No, my fault is all the development on the west side and encroachment, and my fault is the medians. They just don't get done. But to me, I think that and I get a lot of, I think we all get a lot of emails on homelessness and all that. And frankly, I've gotten to the point where I just don't reply because, well, a lot of them I don't reply to because they are, you get into a tit for tat, and it's a no-win situation because a lot of people who are complaining are, in my humble opinion, lack compassion. They lack knowledge. I don't want to call it, they lack knowledge as to the root of the problem. And I don't think that anybody would choose to not have the very basic element of housing or shelter. So it is a problem. And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, because I too have thought, how do we have a constant flow of information, or how do we get that constant flow of information? One, to let the public know, the residents know, those who are criminalizing the homeless population, not understanding their true situation. How do we let them know that the city does have a lot of programs? And how do we also put out information to let people know that there are a lot of services? And I think the problem is that a lot of people who are in need of services don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the iPhones, they don't have computers at home, or laptops that they carry around, and they, I think a lot of information that we get is because we just go straight to our laptops, our computers, or whatever, and our social media, and it's just almost like a tale of two cities. It's like two different worlds. And so I too have pondered how how do we show, what do we do? So that, I think we go back and, we're trying different things, so. But I'm tired, and I just want to thank everybody for today's meeting, and bye.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Councilor Curran.
I'll keep brief, Councilor Flores. I just really quickly want to give my appreciation for the Animal Services Center in the Mesilla Valley. I took a tour about 2 weeks ago that gave me really extraordinary insight into the work that they're doing to address homeless animals in our community, which are many more than most other jurisdictions. So in particular, last week was Animal Care and Control Officer Week, and so I want to give a particular shout out to the city animal control officers who I know work really hard to, we get daily reports, some of us get daily reports about the animals that they're bringing in and the care with which they attend to strays in particular that they pick up and share with the shelter. And so I just wanted to give that. And then one last pet related item, I saw that Meals on Wheels is doing a outreach for pets, and seniors can actually adopt animals. For the Doña Ana County Humane Society enables seniors to adopt animals from the shelter for, I think, half price, and supported vet care, pretty substantial subsidies for seniors who want to have pets to address loneliness, which we know is a pretty serious issue in that community. So those are the notes that I have. Probably not brief enough, but thank you. Thank you for today's meeting, y'all.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you both for keeping it short, because mine is not that short, so I apologize in advance. And you know what, Mayor, it's not all your fault, but I do see very much this whole magic wand. I experience that, and I think Lorenzo experiences that, and Nicole experiences that. From our work session, people were really mad at me because I said I wanted to address the matter with compassion. Apparently that's a liability nowadays. But I've said this multiple times. If we want to get serious about crime, we have to get serious about poverty. And, I'll be the first to admit when I am someone who can be very idealistic, and I think that isn't working for people right now, right? Like, businesses don't want to hear my thoughts on the system and how it's failed poor folks, right? They want to see immediate solutions, and I totally get that, and I feel frustrated by it too, which last week I was very frustrated. I was overwhelmed, I didn't know what to do, and I reached out to the person whose lane I feel like this is, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Gándara. And, I've been talking to her about this, but also a lot of other folks. There are really incredible ceasefire models from across the country that have been implemented really with respect to gang violence in cities like Oakland or Boston, and perhaps I'll get with Sergio about this later. But, ceasefire programs have, I think something like that could be implemented here. They have what's called violence interrupters, right? Teams that are trained to go out on the street and mitigate violence, and they build rapport in many of these cities with gang members. And I feel like, instead of getting a group of folks who are very angry at the situation, who are very frustrated, who may have some, reasonably so, very negative experiences with folks who are experiencing homelessness. We get folks who are trained to mitigate tense situations, and I feel like, gosh, this city is incredible. I mean, the way we've rallied around asylum seekers in 2019, I feel like our city has the heart and the will to want to do something about a problem in front of us. And I'm sad that it's taken this long for us to realize that the issue of homelessness could also be one of those issues that the city rallies around. And I really do think it has to do with the faith community and clergy. And I think it does have to do with other community leaders and business owners. And and addressing this in a way that really matters, in a way that gets to the root of the problem and isn't just pushing people who are already vulnerable, deeply lost in their substance use, deeply lost in their mental health, in their mental illness, even further to the margins, even further to the shadows. That's simply what I don't want to happen. So I'll just say that, and I'll step off my soapbox now. But I just really wanted to say that because I think I just have been thinking about it for the last couple of weeks. I did want to give a shout out, and I'm glad Delilah came back because I wanted her to, Mayor, if that's okay, to talk about the community solar proposal that you talked to the Las Cruces Utilities Board last week about. I think if I did it, I will butcher all of it, but perhaps not after today, Delilah. But the utilities also won the Good News Award at the city. And Ifo, I don't know if that's your idea or whose idea, but I love it. And basically it's the department who has the most good news come out, and the utilities is that department. So that's, I just wanted to give them a shout out. Yeah. But Delilah, can you talk now about, just briefly, because that mayor brought it up a second ago, but the utilities is working with NMSU on a community solar proposal.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Delilah Walsh, Utilities Department Director. Mr. Mayor, Councilors, as you know, community solar was enacted by legislation, and we're currently in the rulemaking process through the PRC, and they've released the initial rules. We are tracking it. And what we've done is we've partnered with NMSU last November, I think, and we issued an actual PO to work with their students and their grad students and their researchers to prepare for us a deliverables report. And what those deliverables include are potential sites for community solar within the city of Las Cruces owned property. So it could be something like the closed landfill or parking structures at one of our parks. So they're going to be citing that for us and then giving us the feasibility of, do we build out a community solar site ourselves and then sell that power and deal with the subscribers in El Paso Electric? Or do we do an RFP to a third-party vendor, similar to what we did with the power purchase agreement? So NMSU is doing that study for siting as well as feasibility options, because remember, as a city, we don't get the tax rebates, we don't pay taxes. So it may be better to go through a third party, and they're gonna do that analysis for us. They're also tracking the legislation with our attorneys, Anastasia Stevens, in order to see where the rule will fall as a municipality and how it will impact us. In addition to that, they're also helping us site potential locations with solar properties and electric vehicle charging stations. So how do we meet the needs of our fleet and the infrastructure? What infrastructure do we need to have in place in order to have a fully electric fleet on the city side, in addition to serving citizens? Of course, on my side, I added that scope because if you all have an electric fleet and I can charge you, then I make money at the utility side. But it is at a benefit to the city, not to just the utility, even though that's where I have to work first. But so we are working on that. We hope to have the first deliverable, which is the siting possibilities and feasibility, by May. And then we'll know what to do by the June 24th deadline to actually apply for a community solar project. So we're hoping to meet those quick deadlines.
Thank you so much, Delilah. See, I would not have been able to do that. Thank you. And then lastly, I'll cut a couple of my things and just give them to Ifo this week. The last thing I wanted to note was that I met with someone doing last week advocacy around the issue of loose dogs and violent dogs. And this advocate did a ton of research and came up with a couple of things that I'll be following up with the city manager about in our one-to-one. But I did want to just point out that Albuquerque has implemented a policy not too long ago called Angel's Law around loose dogs that I think potentially is something we could look at to see if that, could work here. But one of the biggest things that this advocate pointed out was that the public isn't very well aware of their rights. On one end, their rights when they come across a loose dog, or their responsibilities. And so I really do think that a public information education campaign needs to be part of all of that. And then I wondered if, similar to Ask Las Cruces app, which I use often and I tell people to use often, if there could be something similar in terms of loose dogs or violent dogs in neighborhoods. I mean, obviously I know you would report one, but that animal would leave, but I think it'd be important for something easy like that to exist so that residents can report an attack or a sighting or anything like that. And it just feels like puts empowerment back onto the people, because I'm not gonna lie, I think after the situation with Penny, I was afraid to walk on the multi-use trails by myself. And I do think it's, an issue that we can look at addressing in coordination with Animal Services and our Codes Department, but also in terms of a wider public education campaign. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Graham?
Thank you so much. Dovetailing on Councilor Bencomo's last comment, there is that really great app that an NMSU student developed where you can report illegal dumping. And I'm wondering if a similar platform could be used for real-time reporting of loose dogs, and at least we're creating a record, if nothing else. So thank you to Mayor Pro Tem for reminding me about community schools. How perfect that our meeting started out with little kids dancing and older but still young people who are volunteering their time for tutoring to show us the critical importance of supporting the younger people in our community. And to that end, myself, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilor Flores, I'll sit on the Community School Board. We had a great meeting last week and heard about some of the funding challenges that they're having, a lot attributed to holdups at the state level. And I think all three of us are committed to seeing ways that the city can help support some of these shortfalls, because as it always goes in schools, you see teachers and administrators reaching into their own pockets to provide critical funding for their students. And when we look at community schools, it's not just the students, it's their families. That is the community in community schools. So I think we'll all be speaking with EFO and seeing how we can continue to support these really critical programs. And then my only other hot news is that I'm going to have my first district meeting. I know, I'm very excited. That is going to be on April 28th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. at Lynn Middle School, which was perfectly positioned. Las Cruces' first community school, I believe. So thank you to amazing Carla Walton, who is spearheading and getting me in line with this. So yeah, April 28th, and I'll be pushing out through social media, but hoping to see District 3 folks turning out. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Very good, thanks. Councilor Beta?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to Director Gallagher, Rebecca, Ceci, Sonia Nikani, who all joined myself, Councilor Cran, Councilor Graham, for a public art tour. We were able to go throughout the city and see some of the areas for the public art. It really helps us with our quality of life PRC. I also want to welcome the new deputy directors for some of the utilities. We have Deputy Director of Wastewater, Laura Montoya, and Deputy Director of Solid Waste, Carl Pierce. And Mr. Pierce was able to introduce himself to us at the Utilities Board last week. And one other item, when addressing those that are experiencing homelessness, one of the issues that I keep hearing that might need to be a point of education for individuals is when people say that there's trespassing involving their businesses and there's like a threat, a safety threat, that they can call our public service and our safety if there is a crime occurring, and I believe trespassing is one of those, if I'm not mistaken. But if there's issues like that, I think we need to educate the public as well on who to call and make sure that they feel comfortable in those situations as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. I will tell you that I've mentioned that, and then they tell me that it's good, but then when the police come, they're gone. And then when the police leave, they come back again. So I think we need to have some discussion with legal, just what can what information can be used to, kind of address that. So, okay, Ifo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. Just want to make an announcement. I appreciate Larry in Community Development. On April 25th, they will begin new hours of operation. It'll be 50 hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And community development will be open to the public for businesses and builders, developers, and the residents that need assistance. This is part of their efforts in really trying to get better at what we do and provide more services. Currently, their schedule was made the way it is to accommodate those that come earlier, but trying to stick to the 40 hours. On Friday, we're currently open only half a day. And so I appreciate his team and his staff really getting together. And again, I don't know if there's any other community development department in the state that's going to be open 50 hours a week. And so I really appreciate them. I wanted to make that announcement starting April 25th. The other thing is, the stuff is from Christine, just reporting back on the redistricting. There was an ad hoc committee meeting that was had. Said they received a very fascinating presentation from research and polling related to how redistricting works. They agreed to meet every 2 weeks in the goal to have a recommendation to council in a work session by the end of the summer with final approval in the fall. And then there should be a website. On our website, we'll have under City Council some information that should be up by, I believe, by next week. The communications will start to put that up so that they can receive input and give updates on the progress of this redistricting. And then the only other thing is, I know there's, we've been talking about homelessness and, Mayor mentioned, residents thinks he has a magic wand, and honestly, if there's someone at fault, it's the city manager, right? And we all know that. We know that up here. So I appreciate all of us kind of sharing that burden. But I mean, that's what you hired me to do, is to manage the operations of the city as policy. I mean, the general public really doesn't realize that. Only as a body you direct policy, and then you direct the city manager to manage these issues. And so I do want to talk a little bit, just to give you a little bit update of what's been going on. For me, this is a little bit of a blind spot, and I'm going to be honest. I come from a country, I grew up in a country that today is the median household income is even half of what Las Cruces is. And there's not one homeless person in the country I grew up in. I moved to a city that does not have one homeless person. And I can tell you the solutions that come have nothing to do with government. And it has everything to do with family and the faith-based community and everyone just taking care of their own. And so this is new. This is new to me, and how to deal with this through the government lens, how we facilitate programs through government to resolve this issue. And so there was the idea of, the mayor brought up about the Brewer's Oil and Mayor Pro Tem and Public Safety Select Committee. And so staff, we've been just trying to figure out how we just get it done. Now, we did have a meeting on Friday which included fire, police, public works, housing, economic development, and Nicole from Community of Hope. And we wanted to talk about, we entered the meeting to just say, we want to come up with a solution where, which, by the way, I like the idea of just doing something. But we did get we did get concern from Nicole, and not only from her, but she was speaking basically all the service providers that provide for the demographic had a concern, and so we kind of put it on pause. But the concern was that there's a couple of concerns. One is concentrating this group into one area. That's one. One thing I learned from the conversation is that this is different than the homelessness issue. This is not just about resolving homelessness, which is a big issue. Which is, if we can resolve that, we would be better than any other city in the country. But the issue that we're having has to do with a certain group of individuals, handful of individuals, that don't want to be housed, that have issues with mental health or drug addiction, that Community of Hope does not have an answer to. And in fact, is concerned themselves about having this group next to them, because they don't want to abide by the rules of even the tent city that they have. There's a concern also that if we were going to do similar and provide the services, that we would just be duplicating efforts that they've been trying to work on for years. And if we did expand, we still wouldn't address the individuals that don't want to live within any structure. And so as I've looked around and I've researched different parts of the country, nobody has resolved this issue. There's no one that, for these individuals that have drug addiction and mental illness that do not want to be housed, there is no solution right now. And so we got to figure out something. One thing that I was pretty adamant about, and I kind of pushed back on, is that when we go in and we ask these individuals to move, there's the law that prohibits us from just saying move. But even more so than the law, to me, if we're going to ask somebody to move, where are they going to go? And so they can't go to Community of Hope because they don't want to obey the rules. But when we ask them to move away from these businesses, if they're obstructing, if they're on private property, if they have no place to go, then they're just going to go somewhere else. And so that's why I think the solution has to include someplace. And so there was a thought of not necessarily having this place, but having a few different places so you're not concentrating. But again, it's really a Band-Aid, and it's really a temporary solution. And honestly, Mayor and Council, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I've been meeting with some of the real estate investors who are looking into buying. In fact, I'm trying to convince an investor to buy the Kilby Motel and others around. And one of the things they've told me is that when they buy it and they come in and clean it up, those people that are in there need to go somewhere. And so yes, we will be elevating standard of living and addressing we'll be addressing the housing issue. However, that won't be addressing this issue. That'll be addressing housing issue. I've learned from Natalie about the spectrum of housing needs. That'll be addressing certain sectors or certain sections of that spectrum, but it will not be addressing the individuals that do not want to be housed or cannot be housed because of mental illness or because of drug addiction. And so right now, the best we got is to try and find a place where at least when we tell them they have to move, they don't go into the ditches where it's more dangerous for them. They're not obstructing businesses. We can honestly say there's another place for you, aside from the law. And when we suggest for them to move, that there's a place for them to go. So that's the best we've got. I get the same emails. Obviously, you see them. If I don't get them directly, I get you copy me on them, so I see what we're getting. What I tell the businesses is that I'm all ears. Tell me. Again, this problem has not been resolved around the country, and again, the country I grew up in, that does not have this problem, that again, even today has a median household income of $22,000, does not have a homeless problem. And so, and again, government has zero to do with that. So the solution, I believe, is not going to come from government. It's going to come from our community. But that doesn't mean that we just sit around and do nothing like you're saying. So I'm sorry for the long speech here, but I just kind of wanted to let you know as your city manager, I am aware, and we are working on it. And I want to be honest that we don't have a solution, but we're working on it. I'm really excited to talk to Councilor Bencomo about that ceasefire solution. But we're all ears, and I want that on the record to the public, to the business community. I've said it to them when they've come in, and some of them have really taken that to heart. Like, okay, well, they said, okay, we'll think about it and we'll come back. We'll talk to you about it. But we can enforce. When there's true crime, like has been said, when there's crime, we need to enforce. But again, it's not a criminal offense to be homeless and sitting out there just because it looks trashy in front of with all that. It's not a criminal offense until they commit a criminal offense, right? But I think I'll leave it there, and I'll give you updates on this Brewer's Oriole property as we meet further. I asked the staff to kind of put it on pause a little bit and let's rethink, and then we'll come back. We're supposed to report back to the Public Safety Select Committee as well on it. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Ifo. Okay, with that, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Abeda.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Flores, that we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned. It's 5:55 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening.